Hi everyone, hold on. I think the music is a little wonky. How about this music for today? Yeah, I like that one. So we also got this one. I don't know. But hi Fabio, and hi McQueen. Welcome Nasreen. Welcome indeed. Let's see. I don't know, they're similar but they're different. Let's go with this one. Actually no, nah. Change my mind. Mine's been changed again. Let's do this one. Okay. And let me go ahead and go back into this screen. Let me get all nice and comfy. How are you all doing today though? Let me go ahead and start that timer. We're all good to go. Today we are adding microtransactions. No, that comes towards the end of the game. But I mean, technically, if we add it at the start of the game, or at least the start of development, you know, that's a core pillar of making the game microtransactions. I can see it. And I feel like my eyes always feel like they're a little wonky, don't they? How about if I do that? I got. That feels a little better. Feels like I'm looking at the screen now. How are you all doing? How's your week been? And hi, Green Bear. Welcome back. Hello. I did say that, didn't I? I asked, how's your week been? How's everyone been doing? I have had a bit of it's been busy, but it's been good. And hi, Shard. Welcome. Gotcha system. I mean, we can make a microtransaction system out of the gotcha system. How about that? We can do a 2-for-1 deal. Make it so that it's all above. It's not at the same time. Then I still feel like I'm looking at the screen a little wonky. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can fix that. Better. I think it's a little nicer. I feel like my eyes are a little bit more aligned now. Indeed, what was I saying? Yeah, week. How's your week been? Played any fun games? Done any fun things? I played Hades, and this was the first I've had Hades, I think, for a year, and I finally got to the final boss. Beat him, but why do bosses get next stages? I got joked out. It's fun in a way to defeat a boss, but then the hope the player loses when that next stage starts, because you think, you use all of your resources to beat stage 1, thinking it's the only stage you have to do, but then stage 2 starts and now you're low on resources. My heart was crushed and it was awful, but it was fun. I got further than I did before. Aside from playing Hades, let's see, what else did I do? I worked on the game a bunch to get some of the systems working, figure out the problems that were issuing from last week, and those are done. We're all good to go in that aspect. Aside from that, I was able to add in a feature that I've been wanting to add for a while now, but haven't had the time to. However, it's very buggy and very glitchy, so it's a give and take, and it's a temporary tweak until I figure out how to fix it. But Godot control nodes are painful to deal with. But hopefully I can get it working. It's just a matter of time. I definitely think some sort of character system would be fun. And don't forget the alternate endings. We gotta add those too. Quite a bit of stuff done today. Exactly, we gotta add the lore. Gotta add some secret Easter eggs and combinations. Gotta tuck those in there somewhere nice and neat, where people have to inscribe a code onto the wall and only know the code if they read into the file data. Very important that we add as much as we can. Secret endings though, good ending, bad ending, neutral ending. Very important. Gotta also make sure there's a speed run effect added onto it. And 100% add effect as well. We gotta add all of it. Make sure it's jam-packed. I agree. I will be excited though when we do get to add achievements. I hope that'll be a stream in itself. That sounds like a lot of fun. Aside from that, it's gonna be about adding just extra stuff and nice polish and shoe shine. But overall, it's just a thing of I'm excited. I'm excited to continue, I'm excited to add more things, and I'm excited to overall just get things done and get things completed. And the thing is, we have, I think, 5 weeks before the end of the year. That's 4 weeks for December and 1 week for next week. And then after that, that's it. And I'm not too sure if the game can be... I'm not too sure if the game can be completed by then, but we're gonna try. We are gonna try like there's no tomorrow. And I have quote unquote a devlog series on YouTube at the moment, but turns out editing a video, well, I knew this, but editing, recording, scripting, all of those things take a lot of time out of game development. So until this prototype is done, I put that on a pause so I could spend that time that I would have on making videos to do this prototype, as I want to get it out and I want to make sure it's done and not put to the side for other stuff. So it's hyper-focus mode. And with that, I think, yep, the time is up. So we go. Let's go back into the screen. Welcome to the screen. Today is, as we were doing last time in terms of programming, we're gonna work on the levels, spawners, reward system of the game, add more functionality in that case to make sure that it is functioning for the prototype. The goal is to make sure that the overall, what is it called again? The main game loop is completed and the player can test the game and see how it feels, have all the functionalities of the game. So I'm going to talk about the pitch of the game, then we're going to plan what we're doing today, and then we're going to program. So with all of that said, let's go into the intermission of the stream now. And you can make a special spells that double your score. That doubles your score, and the spell is found on the description of one of your Pixar videos. I see, you're an ARG player. Just about, yeah. Oh man, special spell that you have to type in. Oh yeah. I'd love to add some Easter eggs, silly little things, but things that aren't gonna impact too hard. But with all of that said, we move on to the intermission while I get dressed to fit the occasion. Or what button is it? I always forget. So, it would appear that you seem to be sadly stuck at an elevator. Either they're full or a little bit out of commission, and you're not one to take the stairs, so seems like you have to wait for a bit. And, you know, since you're waiting, how about should we shuffle up here? Hi, how you doing? And spend 1 minute exactly talking about my game. Let me just make sure I'm nice and cozy. How you doing? That game, you ask? Why, it is no other than waiting. Bam! Necrotype Cafe! A game I'm working on and hope to complete by the end of the year, but we'll see. This is a section I like to do at the start of the stream, where I spend 1 minute attempting to pitch my game to you. It serves as a way for people who may not have been to the stream before in terms of my game development, never have heard of my game, or just coming back after a really long time, so it gets everyone up to speed on the current idea of the game, while also giving me a chance to attempt to explain how my game works and how it functions. That's elevator pitch, 1 minute. Exactly now. Speaking of business, I might as well make sure I am also suited in this. My business glasses. And with all of that said, I've got 1 minute to see if I can sell you on the game. Let's see. When I start that timer, that's the timer officially starts. And we go. We go very fast. Okay, got this. Where are my cards? Oh no. I always think I have the note cards prepared, but you know what? Today is a winging it day. Alrighty, here we go. And welcome Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a cafe sim rhythm typing game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer who attends a prestigious school of wizardry, and she's sent there to become a necromancer, but she doesn't want to become a necromancer, she wants to become a baker. So she decides to host a cafe in one of the abandoned portions of the school where students come in and are served by her, and the idea is that it is a cafe sim where you serve customers, your fellow wizard students, and also have to serve them by playing a rhythm typing game. So instead of cooking the food, you have to summon the food via typing out poems to the customers. And you summon the food, serve the customers. The idea is that it's supposed to be a fun, bouncy rhythm game, and an added bonus is that there's different flavors depending on what wizard you're serving. For example, you have cryomancers, which serve ice. You have pyromancers who want spicy, and cryomancers who want minty. So you'll have to make minty sweet cakes and spicy sweet desserts and food and drinks and hot cocoa and deliciousness. How'd I do? I think I could have added a little bit more to the mechanics of the game, but overall, yeah, that one felt good. I feel like the more I do this as well, it feels as if I feel a little bit of improvement, like I could just autopilot a little bit. At least the beginning, which is nice. It's nice indeed. Let me go ahead and stir my coffee. And if you are not convinced yet on the development and idea behind my Necrotype Cafe game, why don't I show you what we currently have in progress, i.e. why we're trying to make a prototype in the first place. So let me go ahead and get on business to more programming. And I do that by no more suit, very important, and also have the Bobby plushie as well. He needs to be here for both stress release and emotional support. And I will bring you over to Godot. So here we are. Welcome to Godot. Let me go ahead and stir my coffee. And I'm making this game in Godot 4, as well as programming it in GDScript to those who are curious. Alright, is this coffee too hot? Let's see. Nope, just right. Oh, unless of course I spill it on my keyboard. In that case, that is not just right, that is... Oh no! Hold on. Now I have to make sure that's good and clear to go. Let me unplug it for a second. And wipe it down. Now it definitely needs to be cleaned, oh boy. I've been dreading that portion of it. I know I have a... Hold on, where is it at? I got an edit kit for my keyboard in case I need to take out things, but it should be fine for now. Just make sure I get all the crevices that are stuck in all the coffee. It's a coffee-themed keyboard, and now it shall forever really be coffee-themed. But I think it's okay now. Just make sure I get everything. And I think that's good. Oh, hold on, I missed a spot. Okay, now we're good to go. Yep, okay. So, with that side line out of the way, let me go ahead and plug it back in. Make sure I move my coffee to the right side so I don't have that happen again. But you go over here. There you go. Okay, you're all good now. Okay, pull this in, adjust that there. Oh, nice and good. So let me go ahead and mute the music. Let me bring it down here. And I did say hi to you, Green Bear, right? I believe I did, but I don't remember saying as much. But just in case, have another hello. Alright, with all that said, I can go ahead and mute this guy here. And then I can click play on the game. And you should be able to hear it now. Let me slide this over a little bit so I can see better. And here is the current game. And you think your pitch is improving? You don't think it's necessary to be so specific about the types of food you make? Summoning all kinds of delicious food is good enough and more mysterious? Ah, I see. Yeah, I thought adding specifics... Well, I haven't added specifics before, but I decided to do it this time around. But if you think, yeah, summoning, I guess, different flavors in that sense, since flavor combinations is a big part of the game, but I get what you're saying a lot, yeah. And thank you as well. It definitely is a work in progress, I would agree. I'll keep that in mind. I think next time I'll try to add a little less specifics on the flavor, more specifics on the mechanics, I think would be nice. Here is the cafe game. And let me turn this down a little bit, or Never mind. Why don't I just turn it down in-game? Ah, yeah, I can do that. There we go. Isn't that nice? Let me turn down the music, actually. Look at that! Options menu. So here is Necrotype Cafe. This is the cafe portion. This is the classroom or lecture hall that you have taken over that is currently haunted at the moment, but you've made it into cafe. A lot of this stuff is pending in lights and colors. This is a lot of it, what's the word? Starts with a P, not prototype, but temporary. Stickins, things that'll be replaced later, but are here to add effects. Over here is the casting area. This is kind of your kitchen, but it's more so a back room or the teacher's room in the room. In the, what's it called? Memory seems very spotty today. This is the teacher's room in the classroom. This is the back area, and this is where you summon food at. So let's go ahead and have a customer come in. Oops. Have a customer come in. And I can go ahead and click spawn. And here's the customer, and you have to make sure the customer is sat down before their bar or they leave. So let's go ahead and sit this customer down. In this case, this customer is a Necromancer, that's why they're pink. And they sit down, and would you look at that? Look at that thing at the bottom. Beforehand, the board was on the back wall here, as well as the spell casting. But now I've added it so that the screen comes up in your book. This hasn't been textured yet, but all the customers will have their assigned book. And you can see here as well, there's no numbers anymore. Now how it happens is the seats are ordered. So this is the third seat, so this is the third customer. Aligned it so that you don't have to see the number above the customer's head, and there's no number on here. Let's go ahead and take this customer's order. Go ahead and pick it up. And they want a pink purple cake, which is sweet bitter cake. So we can go ahead and go into our cooking area or spell summoning area. And I can go ahead and flip the page. So now that we're on the other page. And I can go ahead and do, what was it, sweet bitter cake? So sweet, bitter, and cake. And I click generate. And music starts. So now we have to type to the beat, hence rhythm typing. THASPRINKLEHARSHFROM exclamation. And there was our sweet bitter cake. Let's go ahead and bring it back to the customer. Go ahead and serve the customer. Oops. Utility. Oh no. Oh no. I think I broke something. When I was making my other things. Oh, that's not good at all. Hold on. Invalid assignment of property or key. Player has item with a value bool on base item node object. Oh boy. Hold on. I know what this means. It means when during my testing, I did not, I didn't fix everything. Yeah, hold on. It's broken because I didn't clean up my code. Let me do this. Oh, let's give it another go and see if it works then. Yeah, I didn't clean up everything. So spawn, seat, grab another thing of food so the customer can get served. And let's see, the concept of summoning food is really interesting to compare to simply cooking it. In your opinion, that should be enough of a hook. The summoning part is something you would keep for future pitches. I see, yeah. Summoning food sounds a lot different than cooking. Yep. And gotta leave for a while. You'll be back in about half an hour. Thank you for coming to begin with, McQueen. And thank you for the suggestions as well. I will happily keep those in mind. Alright, so sweet bitter. Let's try this again. We have sweet bitter cake. So type again. THASPRINKLEHARSHFROM exclamation. Grab the cake, move the cake over, serve the cake, cake gets served. One line crashed everything. Now the customer's in the cake, they want me to take their order, so I can go ahead and pick up their order, and now they're leaving satisfied. One thing we worked on next was adding ghosts, which changed up the way the game plays, as you can hear. And hi, liar, welcome. And necromancer summoning zombie cake, delicious. It's not dead cake, and could not forgive yourself if you missed the pitch. I appreciate it. And as you can hear, the music is now acting wonky because the ghost is appearing, and the ghost changes the way the game works. Not only do they change the way the tempo goes, so you have to change the way you type, but they also, if I go ahead and spawn, oh, I shouldn't have spawned a necromancer. Necromancers are immune to ghosts. As you can see here, their bar isn't depleting fast, but hopefully if I spawn, yep, Necromancer, you should see their timer depletes really fast because a ghost has appeared. So if I go ahead and show you, you can see that timer is going down because they're terrified of the ghost and they're in the ghost range. So let's go ahead and get this Necromancer's order, which is bitter cake. And I'll go ahead and go over here. And to banish ghost, you have to make a special dish that has the flavor of memory in it. Let's go ahead and try to make that memory flavor. So it'll be memory, cocoa. Let's see. B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, exclamation. There we go. That changes the way, and I'm glad we got it working. So if we go ahead to this ghost, it should change the tempo back to normal. And now we're all good to go. And that is that on the current part of the game. We have the customers that can be served. We have the ghost as your enemies that you have to dispel and banish by making food. So today's objective is, if we go back to our screen, we want to add, and let me go ahead and add some music as well. We want to add levels, and we kind of have this already. We started on it, and spawners and rewards. As you can see before, and let me bring you back. I'm going to pull you around everywhere. And then hello, that's real neato. Welcome to stream. Hi. So if we go into here in our cafe manager, you can see on the wall I have a debug menu. That's what this guy here is. And we want the game to do it itself. Right now the debug is the only way customers can be spawned. So I want to have a way, and I think I have it down here. Nope. Oh, I do. Customer spawner. We want ghost spawners and customer spawners that will spawn in customers and ghosts without us having to do anything, hence the level idea. And behind the levels, the idea is that the game takes place in 30 levels or 30 days, or rather 4 weeks, where the character has to prove that they can be a chef. And at the end of the week, there's going to be some sort of boss level or some sort of adding to flavors. Right now, we only have bitter and sweet, but like I mentioned before with the cryomancer and the pyromancer, we'll add extra wizards and extra flavors and dishes once the prototype's done. Right now, we have 2 flavors, 2 wizards, 2 dishes, to make things simple and make things effective. And I also realized this is open. So what we can do now is figure out the spawning portion. And let's start off with spawning, not too sure. Let's try. Let's move over to concepts. So I can open up this guy, and you can see here, there's been work plan. The old save got deleted, so I have a new one in the making, but it's notes we've taken before. And right now we have frequency timers and menu options. That's tomorrow to see if we can get the controls and tutorial down. So right now we're dealing with the timers and levels. The idea, as I played, what was it called? Played up. The way the game works is that there's a set number of, what is it called? Groups of customers that spawn. For example, every day 3 groups spawn, and these groups have a range from 1 to 2, and then the day can either end with 3 people as the minimum or 6 people as the maximum. And I really like that way that worked. So I'm thinking we can have a spawner to try to spawn a certain amount, and if the spawning fails, then it's a guaranteed next time. That way it can kind of loop over and guarantee that customers are spawning, and there's no random chance where you'll have 0 customers spawning. The thing is though, if we go back into here, the way the game works is that there is this little purple thing here called the wait spot. And in this wait spot, only 1 customer can stand here. And the thing, or the issue I feel like we're gonna run into is if a customer is in the wait spot and you haven't served them, the wait spot needs to know, okay, I still have a customer on me. We need to get more customers out. So we need to have a balance, and I'm not sure how that's gonna work quite yet, but we'll see. So for now, let's have a customer, I think, just to test, let's have it try 10 seconds. And it's 1 shot. I think that's good. And here in our cafe node, this is where everything gets taken place at. We have a level data resource. And if we go in here right now, level has products, it has flavors, and it has customers that can be unlocked. We also need to have I'm not too sure yet, but some way to say, all right, this level has more ghosts that spawn, or this level has more customers that spawn, things of that nature. As we can tell the level what type of customers can spawn, we can tell it what type of flavors that the player can access, what type of products can be used. but we don't have a way to say frequency. I guess that's the best way to say it. We need a way for customer frequency. And I'm also realizing this is too small. Let me go ahead and, oops, wrong way. Editor settings. Let me make this bigger so you can see it better. I think I used 125. Let me save and restart. And while I'm saving and restarting, let me get some coffee. Just the right amount of creaminess. Oh, lovely. Okay, things should be a little bit easier to see now and read now that the UI is a little bit bigger. So we have customer frequency and ghost frequency. Go ahead and do that. Ghost frequency. And in our customer frequency, I want there to be some sort of percentage. And maybe what we also need is some sort of max spawn or assign spawn. But we can figure that out later. For now, I'm thinking timers. And what we can do is have, in our cafe, well, in our customer manager, it also takes into account our, it does not. Okay, so we have to add that. Right now it has a customer list, wait spot, book, and target manager, but it doesn't have our cafe settings, which we do need. Let's see, how can we do that? Thinking maybe we can just take the cafe itself? Okay. We have different functions that do different things. Find new random, and this is the button that currently happens. And I'm dying for a second. On seat customer pressed, what we want to do is redirect this so that not only does it happen when the button gets pressed, but also when the timer runs out. So if we go ahead and have, unless Godot freezes, at which point I get some water. My Godot tends to freeze often, so I have a lot of water breaks. So at least Godot keeps me feeling refreshed. It seems to have unfrozen. That's all nice and good. Okay, so let's go ahead and have this customer spawner, and let's link it up to the customer manager. And I have a ghost manager and a customer manager so they can manage the spawning and deletion of customers. Cafe doesn't deal with that. And I've been trying to do less inheritance and more, I think the word's polymorphism, or something where this thing does this thing, and this thing does this thing, and if they need to work together, I make a new thing. Godot freezing is a constant, exactly. If it stopped, if it didn't freeze from time to time, I'd be a little bit scared. What has the universe? This is a sign, some sort of sign. Let's go ahead and have this do on timer timeout. And where is that? Or I guess we should also move this. If I move it up here, our customer manager should have the customer spawner as a child, I think. Would be important. And then on timeout, which is here. So on customer spawner timeout, we connect it here. So it's all the way down here. We can go ahead and say, let's see, what do we say? We can try a function attempt spawn, something to that extent. And then we have a function called or test if can spawn. Something like that. So let's go ahead and do func attempt spawn like that, and then void like that, and then pass. So attempt spawn should be its own thing now. Yep, it's happy. And we can go ahead as well and grab, or at least make this into its own. Where are we at? Go ahead and drag it here. That is an export, or on ready at least. And since it's on ready, let's go ahead and move it up here. It's now a child. So on a customer spawner, on timer or spawner timeout, we're going to attempt to spawn, and then we start our timer again. Customer spawner start, and I think you have to toggle one shot. Okay, I do have it as that, so it doesn't continuously try to spawn, which is good, or at least I guess it shouldn't be one shot. When the game starts, yeah, okay, never mind then. One shot, it shouldn't be a one shot, it should continuously try to spawn. So on timeout, we try to attempt to spawn. After we attempt to spawn, we then do a customer, we start the timer again. But we shouldn't have to start it again if it's not a one shot. So we're good on that. Let's just comment that out. Go ahead and save. And then on attempt spawn, what we need to do is if failed last spawn. If failed last spawn, I think that's a good variable to check to see if it did fail. If failed last spawn, so let's go ahead and go up here for a bool. var failed last spawn bool. equals false. If failed last spawn, and then we also need to see if the wait spot is empty, and that was this little guy here. So if the wait spot doesn't have a customer, and we also failed our last spawn, spawn a new customer. And the wait spot here, if wait spot dot occupied, I already have that as a thing. We can go ahead and say if failed last spawn and wait spot not occupied and not wait spot dot occupied, then we can go ahead and spawn a new customer. And we can just go ahead and grab this guy here, since it's already in here, and go ahead and have it say spawn. Else, if failed last spawn and wait spot not occupied. And then we can go ahead and say if wait spot dot occupied, like this, if wait spot dot occupied, which means someone's currently there, that means we don't wanna spawn. So we can go ahead and say failed last spawn equals true, and then go ahead and return, since we can't spawn a customer. Not only that, we also want to have a random chance so the customer isn't spawning continuously. Let's go ahead and have some sort of heads or tails. Now I'm not sure if, well, I guess spawn percent chance could be a thing. So for example, that would be something we'd have to import from the level spawner. So, yeah, the thing I'm thinking about is, should the customer consistently spawn every 10 seconds? Or should they have a chance to spawn every 10 seconds? Because I don't know. If they are guaranteed to spawn every 10 seconds, or 20 or 30, depending on how we do it, it might not add as much randomness, but at the same time, it also might be consistent. And I think it just depends on how you want to do it. So for now, let's not add random chance. Let's just say, or let's just have an attempt to happen every so often. For example, if we have the cafe day length be 5 minutes, if it's spawning every 20 seconds, that's, hold on, math, that would be 15 customers in a game, compared to if customers are spawning every, let's see, customers are spawning every 10 seconds instead, then that'd be 30 customers and so on. But if it's random, then that 15 is not guaranteed. It'd have to be spawned, it would be 15 or less, since sometimes the chance would not work, sometimes it would, so I'm not too sure. So right now, let's just keep it guaranteed. Well, if wait spot dot occupied, fail last spawn equals true. And if failed, okay. So we don't need if failed last spawn then, technically, since we're not gonna do the spawner or the timer, or not timer, percent chance. If wait spot dot occupied, failed last spawn, and if so we need to sort of, that's what I'm thinking, a chance var spawn chance. We can export this to be in the level settings, but for now we can say var spawn chance, and it is a bool, or I guess, forget how I did it before. I think I did a randomization or some sort of role in the ghost manager or rhythm changer. Forget where I did the bool, but it's okay. We can check. Did I do it in here? Nope. Not in here. It's not in level data. It's not in player character. Was it in rhythm manager? Let's see. Previous timestamp. Nope, it wasn't in here. Was it in scorekeeper? It might have been in scorekeeper. Bar is big. Temple change. Masks. Missed. No. I can't remember where we put it at last time. And memory overall is just, nope, not there. Which is okay. That's where a lot of the comments and everything come in. Let's see if I can find it. Chance. If I search it up this way. Here we go. Move chance. That's what we have from the ghost. I see. Wonderful. So if chance is less than move percentage, that's where it was from the ghost wandering. It would try to move during that time. Okay, so let's go ahead and have this guy here. So var chance is an int, and then we have it going from 1 to 100. And then if chance is less than move percentage, or in this case, spawn chance, spawn chance, spoon, S-P-A-W-N, spawn chance, like this. And then we have a var, for now we'll put it in here, spawn chance, and it is an int as well. And I don't know why that int is not spaced. Is that also for you? It is. Oh boy. There we go. Nice and lovely. Okay. And then up here we have that spawn chance. So for example, it's 1 to 100. So the ghost has a 75% chance to move. That's how that works. And then if we go back into our customer manager, for now, let's make the spawn chance 90%. So if chance is less than or equal to spawn chance, then we go ahead and try to spawn. See, if wait spot.occupied fail last spawn equal true. If chance is less than or equal to, we need it to be greater than or equal to spawn chance, failed last spawn equals true in return. Like that. Something akin to that. But if we failed last spawn, then we just want to skip this. So if failed last spawn, we can go ahead and do if not failed last spawn. That way it tries to do chance. So first we do the percentage. If the percentage is acceptable, we go ahead and try to spawn. If spawning doesn't work, or does work, then we go ahead and go past it. So if we didn't fail last spawn, we try to spawn, or we have a spawn chance. And then if we failed last spawn, or let's see. Okay. Pools are tricky, aren't they? So if wait spot.occupied, and let's see, if failed last spawn and not wait occupied on seat, we also need to check. So either if the, okay, I'm getting confused in my own writing. So let's go ahead and go back to concepts. So I can draw it out. It's a little bit easier that way. Let's go ahead and here. Okay, we'll take this empty space up here. We have two variables. We have, or I guess 2 bools. Let me go ahead and do this. Okay. If it'll let me draw, there we go. We have failed last spawn. Failed, L-E-E, failed last spawn. Like this. And we also have wait spot occupied. Wait spot occupied. O-C-C-U-P-I, oops, I-E-D. E-D. So if the wait spot is occupied, we definitely can't spawn. If we failed last spawn, even if we didn't, we can still spawn. So let's go ahead and do over here, chance. There we go. Or rather, can spawn. Like, oops, spawn. Something like that. Might make it a little bit easier to see. So for example, if we failed our last spawn and we have the wait spot is occupied, then we can't spawn because the wait spot is occupied. The wait spot always has to be occupied. If we failed our last spawn, so this is true, and we did, and hi, oh, hi, pseudonym. I feel like I've read that name before, but welcome to the stream. Welcome as well, Golomins. That's not how it works around here. If you could read the rules in the description, that'd be lovely. But welcome indeed, and welcome as well, Golomaga. Is that how it works? I hope I said it correctly. Let's see. If we didn't fail last spawn, yeah. I like the play on words. Pseudonym. If we didn't fail last spawn, but our wait spot is still occupied, we also can't spawn. Golomo. Let's go ahead and check this. This is all set. Golomogoth. Ah, I see. Got ya. I'll try to keep that in mind. So we can't spawn. And I'll go ahead and have this. So we didn't fail last spawn. We also know the wait spot isn't occupied, which means we can spawn. So I'm wondering, is there a case where they... Yeah, it's a work in progress. So let me zoom out here to make it a little bit easier to see and move this down here as well. So if this is false, but this is true, what are we at? So we didn't fail our last spawn, and the wait spot isn't occupied, which means, I think the issue is these are both negatives. Not at the moment, but I do check out games from time to time. Let's see. It's usually an event I hold. So if you stick around, I'll host another event probably next year. Let's see. Failed last spawn. Wait spot occupied, can spawn. Okay. So I think spawn last time. They're both negative. I think that's why I'm getting confused. It's like saying, if not spawn, if not occupied. And I think that's why it's confusing. The wait spot occupied, if wait spot empty is better, I think. So instead of occupied, if this were empty. Let's try that. So let me go ahead and copy these guys and move them down and paste them up here and see if that works. So if wait spot empty, like this, E-M-P-E-Y, if wait spot's empty, which is true, and then if failed spawn, if we spawn last time, spawn, like that, A, W, N, spawn last time, like that, spawn last time, L-A-S-T-E-I-M-E. Alright, so now these are both positive. Now let's try to see about the bool. I think that's why it was tricky. So if we spawned last time, which is true, and the wait spot is empty, we can spawn. If we didn't spawn last time, and the wait spot is empty, we can spawn. But if we spawn last time, that's true. Hold on. So if wait spot's empty is true or failed last spawn is true, then we don't spawn. Oh, I think you figured it out. Hold on. If wait spot's true, is wait spot's empty or failed last spawn is true, then we don't spawn. So if wait spot's empty, yeah, if wait spot's empty, as long as wait spot's empty, we can spawn. And if we failed last spawn, then we also do it. Yeah, okay, yeah. Thank you for that, Shard. Yeah. At this point, when it's so many bools, at that point I just do an enum of some sort or something. But it's checking for two different things to see, alright, is the wait spot empty? If the, okay, hold on. I think I figured it out. We go back to Godot, right? This needs to be true. Or rather, this goes up here. If wait spot is occupied, return. Oops. Like that. If wait spot's occupied, failed last spawn. That means that now we know the wait spot's empty. Recommend using a guard clause. Yep, here's the guard clause. Right here. I'm already on it. Yep. Like that. Let me get some coffee as well. Yeah, it is tricky, but here on out, we know it's true. Or, we know it's empty. And I definitely think because they're negatives, that's what the issue I'm running into. And hold on, I heard a sound. Let me open this thingy-majiggy. There we go. Exo Man of War. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Hi, and welcome. Alright, let me get some coffee. Nice indeed, yeah. Like, we're on the same path length. I really do like guard clauses. They make things nice and easy to read. I try to keep my if statements indented no more than 2 times. Otherwise, it's an if. It gets very confusing with nested if statements. Now we know the wait spot is empty. Yeah, I'm glad we're on the same wavelength. And then, if wait spot is occupied, and then if not, failed last spawn. So what I'm trying to do here is say, and let me also write some commas that makes it a little bit easier. Wait spot must be empty. E-M-P-T-Y. There we go. And then, what this is supposed to do is say, so now when we know the wait spot's empty, we now try to see, alright, if didn't fail last spawn, try and test. Try and spawn. There we go. So if we didn't fail the last spawn, we try to do a spawn. But if we did fail and the wait spot is empty, then we go ahead and there we go. If we did fail and the wait spot is empty, we go ahead and spawn. There we go. But we also need one for if we didn't fail. So if chance is less than spawn chance, and yep. So if chance is less than spawn chance, fail to spawn, true. But else means that we did have the spawn. So we can go ahead and also grab that here. I think that's correct. I hope at least. So it's saying if we didn't fail the last spawn. Hi, Abraham. Welcome to stream. Hi. So if not failed, okay. If not, else, and that's where this goes. How are you doing though? I hope you're doing lovely. Let's see. So if we didn't fail the last spawn, if we did fail, go ahead and spawn. That makes it easier to read. And I'm glad to hear you're doing good. It's always lovely to hear. Like this. Makes it easier. At least I hope. So if we did fail the last spawn, like that, we go ahead and do these things. We go ahead and try, if failed, go ahead and spawn. If failed last time, well, we already know this because it says it here. This one's a little bit harder to read, I think, because it says occupied. So if we did fail last time, we go ahead and just spawn. Otherwise, we try and test, we try and spawn with chance. There we go. I think that's a little bit easier. The stream delay is way shorter than it normally is. Ah, that's a good thing. I'm not sure why. I've been having really bad weather all week, but I'm not sure in the slightest why that is the case. But that's good to hear. It definitely is. And oh, saying that, Godot's like, you know what? Since things are going well, why don't we freeze? And since it's frozen, water time. Okay. And if Godot doesn't shapen up, we're gonna have to restart it. But I'll give it a second, you know. It's been okay so far. Ish. I say that and then it's just really bad. Oh, there we go. We're back in. Lovely. Okay. I want to go ahead and have it say something if it does. And I forget where I kept the wording at. We can go ahead and close this. We can go ahead and close that. And I think it might be in the cafe or, where did I put it at? The print data, here we go. This guy here. Print rich with the colors. And if we go back into our ghost manager, not ghost manager, customer manager, we can go ahead and say, print rich. This is gonna be crimson, and it is failed to spawn. And let's go ahead and do that. Failed to spawn customer. Failed to spawn customer. Wait, spot is full. Give a little bit more description. And it just snowed 2 days ago. It was raining terribly for me, and it cut the entire power out. It almost ruined my work. It did ruin a recording, but thankfully my work saved. Let's see. If failed last spawn, we can go ahead and say spawned, and let's make this line. Line, and say spawn due to last fail. Spawned from last failed. Spawn because last failed. Spawn because last failed. There we go. And then we can go ahead and say, alrighty, if it did fail here, failed to spawn customer, didn't hit chance, like that. And let's see, if chance is less than or equal to spawn chance, let's just do this to make it easier also to read. Like, this is nicer. So if true instead of if false, there we go. Do this instead, move them around a little bit. Failed to spawn, didn't hit chance. Otherwise, we can say we did hit the chance, and it'll be spawned because we hit the chance, like that. And watching you made you realize that you could add color to my message. You could add color to your messages when printing the console. You would like to thank you for that. I'm glad. I like the color. I think the color helps. Especially with helping with these things. I'm very visual, but I'm glad to help with tips and tricks. I saw it in a Godot tips video, and I've been using it ever since. It's lovely, especially since you can also center it as well. Not only just color it, so it's nice. You can center it, make it left, do a lot of things that you can do with BB codes. You can also make it italic. There's a lot of things. This is just BB code. So if you know anything about that, you can also make it bold, underlined, all of those things. It's really neat. So spawn because one chance. One chance. Like that. Yep. Saw GitHub for examples. It's neat. There's also like this wavy text you can make. It's weird, but it's cool. Okay. So one shot auto start. So on ready, we can go ahead and start the timer. So we can go ahead and say customer manager. Whoop, where's it at? Customer spawner. Oh, there it is. Customer spawner dot start. Oop, like that. All right, let's see if that works. And oh, but there's no docs for C#. I see. Yeah, it's a shame Godot's so new because there's not a lot of documentation on it. But it's also nice it's new. Let me go ahead and mute this. I don't even really need to mute it. We just need to see the screen up here. So we'll make it bigger. And we're waiting for that timer to time out. There we go. Spawn because 1 chance. Wait spot is empty. However, if you look here, no customer is spawned. Which is weird, isn't it? Let's see. Why? How come? How do? Let's see if we can figure that out. And I definitely, well, I know C++, and it's definitely lovely that you can code outside of Godot, but it always seems so weird how you'd have to go back and forth. But I'm glad they have it for the workflow of people who do program like that. Let's see, customer manager. For some reason, this isn't working. Can you do singletons in GDScript? Singletons, are those globals? You can definitely do globals if that's what you mean. Like instead of coming from C++ where it was called globals, then you have to do like G underscore, or for pointer it was like P underscore. But if you mean globals, I think that's what they call singletons. Yeah, you can. That's what my utility is, and that's why it's everywhere in this code. And it's good that Godot is open source, so smart people can do their smart thing and make it better. They can make it smart. That's how it works. But yeah, I agree. So let's see. This isn't working for some reason. So I'm gonna try to pull it out of this function and see if it works. Func spawn customer. Let's try this and see if it works. Full wait. If instead wait spot equals occupied equals true, so on seat. Oh, did I do on seat? that's why I see. That would make sense. That would 100% make sense on a Yep. I have to do up here on spawn button pressed. Makes sense. Let's go ahead and do this. And that's the thing as well. It's like, this is the button. So I feel like we could just copy this. We could also just call this function instead. And that's what I'll do instead, just to make it feel nicer. So instead of on spawn button press, we'll just have this function called spawn customer. Make it feel nice to read. And then we'll go ahead and make sure these guys are the right function. They weren't right before. You never thought you could use globals that way, to be honest. You just made an instance in code. You'll look into that? I see. Yeah. If I bring you into utility for a second, you can see all of these things can be accessed everywhere. And I have a lot of signals. A lot of signals that are used everywhere to communicate with each other. So if it's something I need to be sent, it just goes into utility. And I try to keep everything in utility, but truth be told, I could probably have a signals global that's just for spellcasting, or a signals global for ghost signals, things of that nature. So if we go back into customer manager, now that we have spawn customer instead of seat customer, let's try again with getting the ghost to spawn. Let's see. Okay, I'll go ahead and open the game back up. And what do we get? We gotta wait a second for the 10 seconds to tick down. And we'll go ahead and see. So customer should be spawned. There we go. Spawn, and it says spawn customer. And this guy takes forever to leave. So it should say failed customer because wait spot is occupied next. So let's see. Yep, wait spot is full. So we can go ahead and grab this guy. So it should work is what it's saying. The last check. Let's also check and make sure if I go ahead and subtract that. Let's also double check if we just make the spawn chance 2 for spawning. We should see failed to spawn customer, didn't hit chance. And then we should also see failed to spawn, not failed to spawn customer. Wait spot full, it should say spawn because last failed. Let's go ahead and click play. Let's go ahead and open back up the screen. So it should say failed to spawn because 2%, unless it happens to hit 1 or it happens to have a 2% chance to spawn. There we go. So it's failed to spawn customer, didn't hit chance. Now it should say spawn customer because failed last time or something to that extent that we had. And I say, yeah. And spawn customer, spawn because last failed. There we go. So it's working. And that's good to know. Oh, we also need to reset failed last spawn. So if we go back in here, unless Godot does its Godot thing, otherwise let's reopen it. And while I'm waiting, let me get some coffee. It's super creamy. Probably because I put heavy whipping cream in it. A little bit of evaporated milk. A little bit of a combination. Okay, so back down here in our customer manager, when we spawn, we then set this to true. I mean false. Failed last spawn, false now. This now equals false because we didn't fail last spawn. This becomes the next last spawn. So that's why it's not failed last spawn. We can go ahead and add that as well. And now it should be good to go. And because this is an auto timer, this doesn't need to start. And that is good to go. So now we have the functionality of being able to spawn. And now what we need to have is this to be put into our level data. So if we go back into here, customer frequency, that's gonna be these two guys. And let me go ahead and do this. And I know there's a way to do a category. I forget how. It's like export, oops. Like at export category, there we go. At export category. Oh boy. How does that work? Like this? Oh, unless it freezes. In which case, water break time. You know, you never know you need water until you drink it. But while we're waiting on it, let me double check about the export category. Godot for export category. There we go. And export properties, organize. Oh, it looks like it unfroze. So export category. Yep, okay. So it is working the way I thought. At export category, customer spawning, like this. Yep. And now we can say at export var and call it customer spawn chance. Customer spawn chance. And this is an int. And we can set it to 0. And then we need one for, we just go ahead and do that. So it's 1 to 100. So we just need it to be, yep, customer spawn chance, 1 to 100. And we also need one for, I thought we'd need 2, but considering it's not the case, we can just also do this ghost spawning. And go ahead and have ghost frequency and customer spawn chance. This should be ghost spawn chance. So we'll just have to copy and paste the ghost stuff over. We can go ahead and do this and that and have it be to do percent chance. And hi McQueen, welcome back. You were heavily missed. At least I did. It's already been 30 minutes. Time flies. I don't even know if it counts as having fun. I suffering a little bit overall. It's been okay. So on customer spawn chance, you doing C#? Hi Atomic Flavor, welcome to stream. And nope, this is GDScript and this is Godot 4. So I'm programming in Godot's natural language, GDScript, which is similar to Python, I've been told. We can go ahead and do also a ghost timer for our ghost manager. If we go ahead and add a child, let's go ahead and call it a timer. And this guy is going to be our ghost timer. Ghost, what did we call our customer? Ghost spawner. Spawner, like that. There we go, under our ghost. And then in our ghost manager, we can go ahead and grab this guy so it's not export var. Yep, that's right. And then we can go ahead and grab this guy here, make sure it is access this unique node. Grab him over, make sure it's export var ghost spawner. There we go. And we can go ahead and set it the wait time now for, oh, I remember. Timer wait chance, wait time. That's what we needed to do in utility. Not utility, level data. Not only is it percent chance, we also need timer length. Customer spawn timer. Timer length. Like that. And hi Ferris, welcome back to stream. I hope you're doing good. Let's see. This needs to be customer spawn timer length, and this needs to be ghost spawn timer length. There we go. And for example, this might be 10 seconds, and this might be 10 seconds too. And we'll also have a seconds timer in seconds, just to make sure that we can tell what's going on. Like that. Timer in seconds. Now we have 2 of these guys. And if we go over to our prototype level here, you can see now we have, if I hide this, all of our level data. We also now have our customer spawning here. So we can go ahead and tweak these numbers whenever we want. And we're going to also tweak these ghost spawning. Let's also set the default value to 50. There's a 50-50 chance. Or maybe 80. How about that? 80% it's the normal chance. Like that. There we go. And especially as well, if we have different events that go on in the game later on or something of the sorts, then we can change the spawn chance or the timer length to modify it. For example, I was playing a game called Lemon Cake. It's also a cafe sim game, and there's this night mode where I think it's bugs spawn everywhere and you have to go and catch the bugs. Imagine if there is sometimes a random chance where there's an intermission level where you only serve ghosts, not customers, only ghosts. That'd be fun. I think it would. All right, so let's go ahead and check that. Go back into our ghost manager, and on our ghost spawner, the wait time's that. We go ahead and now we need to have ghost manager know who cafe is so we can get the cafe's level. We can go ahead and do at export var cafe. So when the cafe's settings are set, we can also set the ghost and customer manager. Cafe. And do, is it called cafe object? Nope. Ooh, that might be a little bit tricky then. Cafe object. Yeah, extends node 2D. Class name cafe. Does that still work? Are you okay with that? Give it a second to think, as we do need a cafe. There we go. I'm not sure if this will work. I don't think our cafe is global. That's the issue, is that if you have a class name, then you can't make it a global or a singleton. Yeah, okay, it's not a singleton, so we should be good. So export var cafe. That way they take the settings from cafe, so I can go ahead and assign it the cafe. And then we can also take our customer manager and do the same thing. We go back up here. Export var. We also have export var cafe. We can go ahead and add that up here. And now we can go ahead and say on ready customer underscore spawner dot what it would call it. I think it's called not timeout wait time equals cafe dot, we go ahead and do level data dot customer spawn timer length, like that, and are ready. And we can also do this for ghost. We can go back into ghost here. So on ready, not customer anymore. Now this is ghost, Ghost. Ghost timer spawner wait time equals cafe level dot data ghost spawn timer length, like that. And then we can go ahead and just move all of these guys here as well. So we can go ahead and grab this attempt spawn, and this is on timer timeout. We can grab you, go back into ghost manager, hook this up to our ghost here, ghost manager, connect. There we go. And on ghost timer timeout, we attempt spawn, and like that. And there's a little bit of a difference in what we have to do for ghost. Aside from that, we attempt spawn, and then we go ahead and do spawn ghost. So func, spawn ghost. Like this, void. And then spawn ghost is on ghost button press, like this, just to make it seem a little nice. So we can go ahead and do that. And then instead of spawn customer, it's going to be spawn ghost. Spawn ghost, like that. Oop. Spawn ghost, like that. And we go ahead and say, wait spot is not declared. We don't have a wait spot anymore. So we can go ahead, well, we'll have something else here instead. For now, we can comment that out. Failed last spawn needs to be added since it was from customer. And we also want to have spawn chances for ghost. We can go ahead and go back here into our ghost manager, go all the way back up here for our variables, and have failed last chance, and that should clear up everything. Wonderful. All right, so our spawn chance is no longer spawn chance. It is now cafe. So we can do a cafe dot level data dot spawn, spawn spawn ghost spawn chance. There we go. So if chance is less than ghost spawn chance, or in this case for customer manager, we have spawn chance now removed, and we have level data ghost spawn chance. This is now customer. That works like that. So we should be good to go on customers and ghost. Now, as far as ghost manager goes, the difference is I say as it freezes, which means water break time. Oh, wonderful. Okay. So if the issue with the ghost is that you can see here we have 3 spots the ghost can go to. That's what it is. And if there's more than 3 spots, it should crash. Let's give it a go and test. I'm thinking there should always be 1 less. So if there's 3, there can only be 2 ghosts at a time. The ghost. Let me, there we go. There's the crash. Wonderful. Okay. Let's go ahead and see amount. We need to figure that out. Let's see. We have target manager. Target manager, which is our, where are we at? Ghost idle position manager. That's this guy here. And there's currently 3 targets. If we go into here in our target manager for our ghost idle manager, we should add a way to check how many seats we have or positions. And I think we can just do something like get children, and that should get the number. And I think I did that for, what was it? Forget, but it was get children number amount. And since it froze, more water time. Seems like every time I grab the water, it decides to act well. All right, so back on here for our target manager, there should be a thing for bar target amount equals 0. How about that? And then, sorry, can you, if you explain this while you're gone, but is the cafe different now? You were here for the, what is it? The pitch. Right after the pitch, I showed off that I just removed the menu from the walls. And now if you click play, you can see we now have a book for a menu. So it makes it easier to see instead of being on the walls, and you'll be able to flip through the book. So here you have the customer area, and here you have the spellcasting game mode. So that happens there. And now we're working on the customer spawn rate, so that customers automatically get spawned, and you won't have to click these debug buttons since these won't be here in the final game. This was just for testing. So right now we're trying to match up the ghost spawning. So I can go ahead and do here like that. I hope that explained it, but if it didn't, let me know and I can attempt to elaborate a little more. Oh, good. That's lovely. Glad to help. So let's see. Fix name, assign random target. That still needs to be fixed. I feel like at the end of this, you'll just have 20 of these to-dos and actually never just finish the to-dos. But the important part is I did note it. Let's see, Ghost Manager. Also, this is a terrible to-do. It should be fix name because so-and-so. Because now I don't know why I need to fix the name. What's wrong with the name? Why isn't it good? Assign random target to character. We have a character and new target. Yeah, it's confusing. I don't know what's going on. Why do we have a new target if it's a random target? So yeah, it's probably assigned target or random or selected target or something like that. But if you do have to-dos or notes like this, make sure you're specific. Otherwise, you'll be looking at it a few months or even weeks or sometimes hours later and not know what's going on. Which is me most of the time. So back in here, we have our target. And if we go back into our target manager, I wanted to see about here, this guy here. In our target list, register targets. Here we go. So in our register target, we have target amount plus equal 1. There we go. So now it should tell us that we have 3 targets or 1 target. So if we go back into here in our ghost manager, target amount and occupied list. The way this works is that there's 2 lists. We have a list of possible targets and we have a list of occupied targets, and we kind of try to swap back and forth. But if there's only so many targets in the ghost or present for the targets, then we're good. So we just need to check the target amount. That should be good. As long as there's always 1 less than the target amount. So if we go back into our ghost manager down here, instead of wait spot, we have to have enough valid targets. So let's see. If targets, or if ghost is more if ghosts match one less than target amount. So for example, there's 3 targets here, that's the purple things, and this would mean 2 ghosts can be in the game at a time. If there were 4, that means 3. If there's 1, there's never not going to be 1, but cycle modes. And just to add another target, I could just duplicate it and now bam! Now there's 4 targets. So it makes that I try to make it as dynamic as possible so I don't have to go back and hard code things. For example, if I had 3, so for example, instead, if I go here, if target manager dot target amount -1, this would be 2 this would be 2 in this example. And then we need the ghost amount. We need to check how many ghosts there are. So if we go back into here, we need to check how many children are in our ghost list. And that is this guy here, ghost manager. We can go ahead and say if ghost list dot get, there should be something related to children. Get children, clip children, child order change, get children dot count, ghost list dot children. Okay, how do I check the child amount? Godot for child amount node. How do we get child count? Well, it is get to get child count. There we go. And that'll give us the amount. So if ghost list get child count is greater than or equal to target manager -1. So if we have 2 ghosts currently, don't spawn anymore. And let's go ahead and have this here. We can go ahead and say failed to spawn ghost. Too many ghosts at the moment. Failed to spawn ghost. Too many ghosts at the moment. There we go. And then failed last spawn equals true. Then if we failed last spawn because failed last spawn, that makes sense. And we go ahead and spawn ghost. Otherwise, we try with a chance, which is the same thing as a customer, so it's nice we can reuse that code. And then failed to spawn ghost, didn't hit chance. And that should work out well. So instead of wait spot being full, we now just have to check for the target manager. And we can go ahead and see if this works. Let's go ahead and customer should be fine. We're looking out for ghost. So let's see if the ghost count works. And yeah, okay. Let's also make our ghost, if we go back into our prototype here. Oh, if it'll let us. Oh, I have to make sure we're in here. So ghost spawn chance is right now 80. Let's go ahead and make customer 1 just to test. And then the ghost spawn time, let's make it 5 for now. And let's go ahead and have that ghost spawn chance be 80. That sounds good, and I like how I can just change the numbers here instead of going in here. The issue is I can mess up the numbers here. For example, if my spawn chance is 300, then that's completely different. For example, if it's chance less than and this is 300, it would reach it, wouldn't it? Less than or equal to 300. So I guess it would make the code wonky because I can't check it. I'd have to look at these values. We can go ahead and click play. Now we are in the scene, so now we're watching out for the ghost spawning. And let's see if the ghosts spawn every 5 seconds, it said. Has it been 5 seconds? There we go, failed to spawn customer, but that's 10 seconds. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't start the timer. That's what we missed to do. As I was wondering, it's 5 seconds, and the customer's right now is 10 seconds. So if we go ahead and do under ready, ghost spawner dot start. That would be handy, like that. And then we can go ahead back into check the ghost spawner and make sure it is not one shot and it's not auto start. Okay. Now we can go ahead. Ghost should spawn every 5 seconds. So it should say, yep, there we go. Spawn because 1 chance. Wonderful. Now let's see if we can spawn again. So failed to spawn customer, didn't hit chance. You're like a genius to saying things you actually understand. I'm glad I try to explain it in an easy to understand way, since if I don't understand it, and I don't understand when I'm speaking aloud, but thank you, and I'm glad I'm helping. Attempts are being made. So we can see, failed to spawn ghosts, too many ghosts at the moment. And how many ghosts are there at the moment? Oops, I can show you, hold on. If I hide this, looks like there's 2. Let me get out of the way. There we go. 2 ghosts, and only 2 ghosts can be spawned. So this is good. Only 2 ghosts. And if we add up the weight chance, and we just do that now that I can. Good, this is working. So we have our ghosts that are able to be spawned, and it can check. And if we go ahead, for example, and just have the gang over here, let's feed the ghost and then see if it's able to spawn a ghost now that there's only 1 ghost remaining. Let's go ahead and do, if I mute that, bring the music back up so I can hear it for a second. Go ahead and add that food. We can go ahead and say memory, and then it's Coco. Let's see. B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O-O, comma, B-O-O, exclamation. All right, let's go ahead and take this and then feed it to the ghost. And now we should be able to, there we go. Spawn because last failed, so ghost was spawned. So it does work. That's great news. So ghost spawn is working, customer spawn is working. We can modify those, and Godot has decided to close. Isn't that lovely progress? Let's go ahead and hide that, and then I can go ahead and reopen you. And go ahead and drink some coffee, turn back on the music, like this. Okay. It's still creamy, yet it's starting to get cold. I'm a little worried, and it's also starting to get hot in here, so let me get a little more comfy and make sure my heaters are not on. And could you beat a ghost in a fight? Depends on the ghost. If it's a Casper level ghost, maybe. If it's a Ghostbuster oogly boogly type of ghost, probably not. You know, the evil ones. The nice ones I could probably talk out of a conversation. But fighting with ghosts is like fighting with air, unless I have the proper equipment. I would say my abilities are within ghost banishing, and usually more of a creationist, not a deletionist. With all of that said, though, let's go back over to concepts. Alright, so if we go back down here, we have our, and let me grab my pen here, and let's go ahead and check things off now that we have. This was the idea here, the 5 minutes to 30 seconds try spawn. If spawn doesn't work, next time we did implement that. That's working now. Menu options we'll save for tomorrow, but who knows? If you don't know, Casper built different Ghostbuster week. I mean, I have seen Casper do some stuff, but I think I could take them. Ghostbusters, though. Nah. So let's see. Menu options, if we do finish the not customer stuff, but the level stuff. Maybe we'll get to that today, but that's tomorrow's stuff. What we need to worry about right now is levels, level frequencies. Now we move on to rewards. As I believe, if we go back into here, right, yep. Here we go. Levels, spawn, and rewards. We have the levels, we have the spawns, now we need the rewards. First hand though, let's try to incorporate levels and get that working. And to do that, what we can do is if we go back into, oh boy, hold on. Screen, it's this one. Yep. And go back into our levels. Oh, not levels, but our main menu. That is, oh, before that, let me go ahead and save it in, what is it, Visual Studio or Visual Code in GitHub. Make sure you're saving your games, your programs. I always say that, but make sure you're saving and backing it up. So let me go ahead and back it up. So spawning, customer, and ghost, spawning, working. There we go. And changes, go ahead and add the changes, commit. So it's saved in case something happens or I make a mistake later on. I can save it. Here we have our main menu right now, and if the mansion's on the line, King Boo, yep, back it up. Making sure I do, is getting French royalty treatment. Hi, Zach, welcome to stream. I forget who, I know, I think King Boo's from Mario, right? And you do the lazy backup, just copy and paste the project. That's not lazy. That is a way to do it as well. I just like doing it with buttons and automation, so I don't have to do it manually. But I used to do it that way as well, since that's also a really good way. As long as you have a save somewhere, it counts. Not lazy at all. You're taking the time out of your day to make sure you're backing it up. So here we have our main menu, and here we have our levels menu. Oh, reveal. Here we go. Our levels menu here. Right now it's just the main menu button. And if I go ahead and do our screen, I think I call it, yep, our add a game scene. I can go ahead and load this up and show you how it works. So this will be the main menu of the game. The cafe where we're currently working on isn't the main menu, and you're gonna head out, have fun working on your game. Thank you, Abraham, and thank you for coming as well. I hope your day goes wonderful. I hope it does indeed. Let's see. We have our options menu that we have before. We can click this to go back to main menu, that we don't need to do that. So truthfully, this option menu needs to have show other off. There we go. Okay, where were we? So not only that, but you can control the audio, the bounce, as well as I remember people saying that was distracting, so I added a way to change it if you wanted to. Suplex through duplex. Just out here fighting ghosts. They're kind creatures. Here is the play button, which brings us to the actual game. And then I can click escape and also go back to the main menu as well. And then we have here, which is our levels menu. And this is what we need, where we need to add our levels to. And this play will be deleted. So we'll have just the levels, and it should just be like 1, 2, 3. And if you click 1, you get a different thing. If you click 2, you get a different thing, and so on. That play is just there for temporary, but next up we'll be removing this play so that we have levels. Okay. And saying all of that, we now move on to the level portion of it. And how do we do that? One may ask. One might say, we go up here, and I'll just put the main menu there for now. We can even make it a little bit bigger, like there, to add a little bit of niceties. And then we need a grid, or I guess a panel container first. I'm still trying to learn how containers work, but it's a slow process. So we can go ahead and make this panel container huge, maybe a little bit wide, and this can be our menu for our levels, and I'll put it here in the middle of the screen. And then here on our themes, we can go ahead and add our panel theme from previous. It's what is it, brown? It's this guy here, which makes it a nice brown, a little bit of rounded edges. And they're kind creatures until they possess the dog. But do they? Maybe you can convince them. You know, I'm a bit of a Undertale, Steven Universe, talk it out myself instead of full-on battle. So in our panel container, we can go ahead and add a margins container. And all the margins container does, the panel adds the background, the margin container adds it so that it's not directly sticking to the sides. I like to do about 5 for our edges, so we'll do 5 here. Then from there, we'll add a grid container, which is, where is it up? Here, our grid container. And the grid container keeps everything in a grid. And then from there, we want buttons. So let's go ahead and add a button. Where are we at? Button. And then in our button, we have text that has the number. For example, 1. And we need a button to have the normal size. So this is aligned in center. That's good. Grid container, that's okay. That's also good. We just want to make sure the alignment is center. Panel container, layout, that should be good. This button though. This button's gotta be, let's see. Icon, theme, override, styles. No, we want theme. There we go, not override. And we want menu, I think. Did I call it that? Theme. UI theme. I think that's it. So I can go ahead and put this in here. And now we have a little white guy. Let's see. Well, I'll talk it out. Girl spawns, I would suplex first. Acts kindness after you lose type of guy. I'm telling you, usually conversations can just be had and things can be solved diplomatically. So let's go ahead and, that's good, alignment center, and oh, hold on. I heard that sound. Let me open up this tab. There we go. Hi, Patons. Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. Thank you for the follow. It sounds like patent, like you get a patent for a cool thing you're working on. We don't need the icon, we just need this button to be bigger in size, and that's what I'm trying to figure out at the moment. Let's see. If we, and I always have trouble figuring out how these buttons and everything works, so it's a work in progress. This grid needs to be centered. That's a starter, like this. And it also needs to be big. Custom minimum size, nope. We need the minimum size of the button. Size? Is that how it works? Size, layout, theme, override? Ah, there we go. If I make this like 64 by 64, we need the number to be bigger. And hi, welcome. And why doesn't Gabby just pour some holy water on the ghost food? Ghostly food? She's terrified of the ghost, but she's also, that's not how ghost, well, I mean, I guess you could use, I feel like there would be clerics in this world. However, it's a thing of, she gives them happy feelings and good times to make them banished instead of just fire or acid in their face. That's basically what holy water would do to the ghost. It would make them very angry as well. You know, you want to have a good reputation. That's why she's such a good necromancer. She doesn't do the regular. And you're so close to 1,000. Last stream, you're still in the 800. You're happy for it. Thank you, McQueen. And yeah, it's been a whirlwind, but yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh boy, I'm not sure I'm ready at all. Button number, the size, I want it to be bigger. So if I go here to theme overrides and set the font size, I think I can make this 30. There we go. How about 50? Yeah. Or maybe not 50. 50 feels like a little bit too much. Maybe 40. I feel like we could get away with 100. 100 feels a little bit too big. 50's probably the good. And how much are they asking for the holy water? You just suplex the ghost. You have a very interesting way of dealing with ghostly issues. How this grid container works, you can see here it says columns. So if I add more buttons, because it's a column of 1, it only has 1. But if I make it a column of, say, for example, let's go with, if there's 6 levels, if I make it a column of 2, it then becomes a 2x3. So if I do this, 2x3. If I make it a column of 3, unless, you know, it freezes, in which case, water break time. Suplex. Oh boy. Just RKO out of nowhere. I can hear it now. The crowd goes wild. Oh, okay. Godot? You know, I wouldn't like to have to restart you, but I'm not against restarting you. You could get yourself correctly working. If by the time I drink this coffee it does not, we'll just close it. Simple means. I see. You're not one with many words. You're one of simple actions. Gaia. Okay, let's see the coffee. I think it fixed itself. Lovely. Okay. So if it's a column of 3, then it becomes a 3x2, like this. So it just depends on how you size the grid container, and that's why I went with grid container, since if we have a level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for example, it'll be different. So I can go ahead and get rid of these guys for now. Let's just have 3 levels. So this guy is labeled 1, this guy is labeled 2, and this guy is labeled 3. And another nice thing we can do is if we go into theme overrides, you can have the separation on. Now I forget, horizon I think is on the line. And I can do this to separate the numbers and make them a little bit nicer. And then if we click play or open up the scene like this, now we have our buttons. They don't do anything, but they exist as buttons. And we can go back to the main menu. Oh, never mind. Why does main menu not work anymore? Hold on, main menu. Let me back in. That's interesting. And oh, I know why, because it's not hooked up to anything. We have to play it from this out of game screen. Then it works. And speaking of, Godot decides, you know what? You main menu clicked too many times. So let me get some more coffee. Maybe I added too much cream. It's so creamy. Okay, if we go back to this screen, then we go click play. Now it should work. If I hide that, suplex Godot. I don't know. So we click levels. Now the buttons work, and if I click main menu, it brings us back to main menu. And now what we want is the different level numbers to do different things. For example, maybe this is just necromancers, maybe this is many-mancers, and maybe this is a really hard game mode, but this is how a level screen can work. As for what we can do for cafes and setting up the levels, that's what we need to work on now, and that shouldn't be too hard, I say in quotation marks, and realize it might be very difficult, and we might spend the next 2 hours working on it, but who knows? Who knows at all? We can go and hide this main menu here, and if we go into here, you can see the scripts. We can go ahead and say this is level 1, this is level 2 button, and this is level 3 button. Here we go. And then on button press, which is this guy here, we can go ahead and connect that. On button pressed, on pressed, like this. And we can go ahead and say on button pressed, like this. Oh, Unless Godot says, nah, not today. In which case, we also take more coffee, I suppose. Okay, Godot. We're here once again. Now will you let me have that connect press button? Connect to levels menu. Good. Oh, button. Oh, I got rid of it. On level 1, if I go back and do level 1, level 2, button 2, level 2, level 3, like that. And then we go ahead and have that signal. Button press to remove, then press connect. There we go. Now it should be connected. Yep. You gotta, especially if you're a programmer. And I also realize it again is, there we go. But you gotta as a programmer, especially when you run into a lot of bugs. Patience is a must, I feel like. Otherwise you won't last very long. You run into bugs, get frustrated, close the game, come back to it a little bit later, keep trying it, keep closing it, keep trying it. It would be never ending. If we go back into utility, I think I have a current, no, okay. So we need a current level. Current level like this. And then we need to have a level, what do I call it? Level data. So what happens is, in our cafe, what we can have happen is, in our ready, we can go ahead and do utility dot current level, and then we set that to our level data. Go ahead and do this. Level data equals utility current level. Level data. There. It should be like that instead. And if we go back into our utility, we can also just change that really quickly. And that means when we do our levels menu, we can set the current utility so that it can transfer over since it's global. And it's a pain to try and fix some bugs that you don't understand, but so gratifying once you figure it out. Yes, it 100% is. It's such a nice feeling, especially if you've been working on something for even a few days and figure it out. But it's also so sad because it's a thing of, well, what do I do with my life now? I've solved the problem. I've solved the Rubik's Cube. There's no more for me. I have to find another problem to solve. It's both sad and happy. For example, what we can do here is if we go into level, back here for our level data, we can go ahead and create a new level. Let's go ahead and do resource, call it a level data, and here we go. And I'll leave it here. Now let's call it Medi Mayhem. How about that? M-A-Y-H-E-M. Medi Mayhem. And if we go ahead and go into our levels, you can see here, we now have a level called Medi Mayhem. And it's up here. You can see all of these abilities and things of that nature. So in Medi Mayhem, I may want to have the ability to only have, for example, let's just say I only want cookies and I only want sweet flavor. Only sweet, only cookies, and I only want Medimancers. We can go ahead and grab our Medimancer like this, like that. And then also I need to make sure in my spells, make sure I have a sweet, sweet cookie. And don't worry, 10 bugs appear after you fix one. True. There's never a misday of bugs. Once you solve one and you go back to more, it's painful. But we do have a sweet, sweet cookie. Good. So in our Medi Mayhem, there we go. Like that. Oh, not that. Here. Cookie, sweet, sweet, Medi. So only sweet, sweet cookies should spawn. And then on our customer spawn chance, let's have the 80, that makes sense. Go spawn chance, let's set it to 30. Let's set our customer spawn chance to 90, how about that? And call it a day there. And you can see here as well, if we go into our prototype, prototype can spawn cake, it can spawn sweet bitter, and it can spawn necromancers or medimancers, and it has the settings. So now if we go into our, where are we at? Levels menu. On level 1 press, we do the usual. The utility dot level current level data equals, and this is how we'll be able to change the levels. I'm hoping. I haven't done this before. It's all a guess, and I don't know why that's all indented. We can go ahead and do at on ready var level 1, and this would be level data, and it is equal to preload. I think it's preload, and then you would just do this guy here. And then we can go ahead and make this level 2. And it is Medi Mayhem. And let's go ahead and grab you. and grab you and put you in there. Alrighty, so how this should work is we should be able to put this here for our current level data. So our current level data equals 1, which sets our overall utility level. So then when we click and load the game, it should bring us into there. And then on level button, press 2, we have level 2. So after we set the current level data, then we go ahead and open the cafe. And how do we open the cafe? I believe it is in our, where is it at? In our main menu. It should be in here. Main menu DD. And on song, on play, press. Here we go. Get tree, get packed. No, it's not this one. Wrong one. Where are we at? Main menu button here. There should be a on play. Here we go. Play button. On play, go to method. Oh, what's that sound? Hold on. A10 mine? Is that how you say it? Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Tell me if I said that incorrectly. I'd like to get it correct. But hi nonetheless. Let's see, on play pressed. Here we go. Get scene, transition to cafe, scene to packed game screen. And our game screen should be cafe. Where are we at? Game screen, yep, cafe. So we can go back into our levels menu here. And it's just atomic. I see. Oh, that's you on the other account. Got ya. I'll try to keep that in mind though. My memory's not the best, but I'll attempt. So we can go ahead and here, get tree, change scene to cafe. And we can go ahead and say cafe base. I always tend to type it incorrectly. And it froze. Water break time. Okay. And Godot, I'll give you a second. I'll drink my coffee. If not, you know what happens, don't you? I hate to use force. You know, I'm not a very forceful person. I'm almost out of coffee. What a shame. The world shall crash when that happens. But since it's not working, let's just close it. It's already saved, so we're all good and reopen. Which should be lovely. And let's go ahead and click play, edit. We're all good to go. I will say as well, I may have patience to keep reloading and opening Godot, but I thank you all for having patience to sit through the freezing and the crashing and all of those things as well. You do play a part in that. So let's go ahead and make sure this says cafe, and then back in our main menu, let's make sure our game screen also says cafe. In our levels menu, on ready var cafe equals load. There we go. So now it should load the cafe, depending on what screen we chose. So for example, let's try the regular one and see what customers spawn. So let's go ahead and click play on our out of game screen. Let's go ahead and run current scene. Let's see if it works. We can go to levels, and if I click level 1, it should be normally how it is. And if we go ahead and click spawn seat, we have Medi, normal, nice, and ghosts are spawning and everything. We can go ahead as well and check the orders. You can go up to you guys here, grab. What do we have? We have a variety, right? So let's go back to main menu. Oh boy, what's wrong with main menu? Invalid access to property key. Ghost wander. Data tree. Something is happening and I don't know. Something's happening with Ghost that's not letting me go from main menu to non-main menu. Oh wait, get tree. Seeker setup. Do I just get rid of you? I didn't really know what you were. You kind of came from a tutorial, you know, and I just kind of did its own thing. Does this work now? Let's see. I said it was good to help with floating, but maybe not. Let's spawn a ghost. Ghost. Seems to work. All right, where were we? So I can click on out of game screen. Open it up. So let's go ahead and click play for now. Let's have the ghost and everyone spawn. Give it a second to get itself together. Okay, so chance minus ghost spawn chance on base object of type nil. Alrighty, now we're running into some bugs here. You can see cafe level data ghost spawn chance. Okay, what that's saying is because we did it from cafe and not utility, what we have to do is do back up here. And what we do is do if utility level data not null equal null. That way it can still go off of whatever we choose if we choose to open the cafe from the regular scene. There we go. Otherwise, we just go off of what we usually do. Okay. How about now? Are we good? It seems we're good. Okay. Let's reopen it. Let's give everyone a chance to spawn on their own. We have a ghost. Good, good. Now, how about a customer? I don't know if it's gonna spawn a customer. Yeah, I didn't hit chance. So the next time the customer spawns, it should spawn. And is that a delicious bug you're smelling? No. Close your nose. It's not here. You can't see it. It didn't work. You did see? It's working, isn't it? Yep, yep. So see it spawn, and you can see it's also the normal guys. So we should be able to go to main menu. Main menu. All right. So back in our levels, if we click 2, only Medimancers and sweet cookies should spawn. So let's see. Click 2. Alrighty, let's see. I'll give them a chance to do their own thing and think about their issues. So failed to spawn ghost, didn't hit the chance. I'll just go ahead and spawn them to be quick and fast. So spawn seat. Only Medimancers are showing up, which is great. And they should only want sweet cookies. So let's see. Give them a second to think about their actions. Oh, wait. Ghosts? They're terrified of ghosts. Oh no. This isn't good. They're all gonna leave. Hold on. Oh, there. Sweet cookies. We got it. See? It's working. Great. But, yeah, they're about to leave. They're all about to leave because they're terrified of ghosts. Let's speed that up a little bit. I'm curious to see. As yeah, they're coming to the door, feeling the presence of the ghost and leaving. That is pretty funny. Well, that's lovely. Yeah, look at them. They're gone. Maybe just make sure you feel the sense of ghost. That's great. And now look, they're all leaving. They're out of here. Too spooky for them. That's fun. Oh, that's lovely. Okay. Where were we? Let's go ahead and hide that screen. The levels are currently working. Yeah, exactly. Bad publicity. Where is the customer's levels at? If we go back here, you can see we have different timers and different seconds. This is seconds. On here, we have Ghost Fear. None would be the other necromancers because the necromancers know about ghost and everything. They're not affected by ghost. But because I made the Medimancers high, every second they lose 5 ticks. And that adds up very quickly depending on the different ticks. And all of these can be changed depending on how we do them. But for now, these are our values. But that's good, it's working. We now have levels working. So let's go back over to concepts. Okay. So that's our menu controls. We now have the menu for the levels. Controls, tutorials, all of that stuff tomorrow. Levels, we have that done. You can go ahead and check that. I think I also checked it over here. But let's double check it. Okay, so let's see. Lastly, we need rewards. Now, I plan to have a way to get, for example, I want down the line you to be able to get, what is it called? Skeleton butlers. But you need to have vanquished enough ghosts that you have ghost points to banish the skeletons. And let me go ahead and I had it somewhere here. Well, not here, but somewhere else. But it got corrupted and deleted, unfortunately. I didn't have a backup. So this is a new area. So let's say, okay, we can make a new one. Let me go ahead and here. The idea is that because it's an esteemed academy, the customers, not customers, but I mean, yeah, the customers, students come from very rich families. Money is not really what you get. Money's not too important since they come from very, affluent, I feel like affluent's more from smarts, right? But very high up, high rise, high end backgrounds. So money's not power here. What's power is, maybe I could spell it right. Knowledge. Is that how you spell it? Knowledge. Hold on. I just have to know. I have to make sure. Knowle. Yeah, okay. I did spell it right. Lovely. Knowledge. You get paid in books, or pages rather. Your currency is pages. Let me go ahead and turn that up here. Book pages. You get paid in pages. Pages. The idea is that magic If you're born a necromancer, you're not allowed to practice any other types of magic. If you're born a cryomancer, it's only ice magic for you, and the new kids of today don't like that idea. So the idea is that this magic cafe allows people to come together, the new era of kids, and decide, you know what, we don't want to follow the strict rules and guidelines. And how Gabby's learning this new magic is she's taking the pages she's found and researched. She's made a whole new magic for herself, and okay, don't do that. She's made a whole new magic from just baking magic from her necromancy, and that's how she's creating these new spells and summoning food. So as the game goes on, customers will give you pages, and from those pages, you'll be able to create new flavors and new products. Let me go ahead and write that here. New EW flavors, VORS, and products. Let me make this a little smaller. And products. PRODUCTS. So you have new flavors and new products. That's what happens when you get scored for good points on customers. And let me go ahead and write this up here. This is what happens for customers. Customers, STOMERS. That's customers' deal. But for ghosts, the reason not only would you want to eliminate ghosts because they're pests, and they mess up your publicity, truthfully, is because, and let me go ahead and slide it over here for a second, Ghost will give you some sort of soul points. I'm not too sure on the details, but for now, let's just say soul points. Soul, like this, soul points. OINTS. Soul points, and okay, that is readable. Soul points, which let you have upgrades. So let's go ahead and drag that there. So upgrades. UPGRADES. And what type of upgrades? One of them, which I have been planning from the start, will be to have a skeleton butler, or skeleton waiter rather. Skelly waiter, AIDER. Another one will be to have free access to rhythm. So for example, you might be able to use a power up some sort or some boost to be able to control the rhythm, or decide, okay, I don't want to listen to rhythm for the next 10 seconds. You don't have to worry about rhythm. You just type really fast. That sort of thing. Let's say ignore rhythm. IG, you get a super speed up. IGNORE. Alright, rhythm. It's RHYTHM, I believe, right? Ghost equals pest equals suplex practice. Give them the old elbow. Oh boy, these poor ghosts. I feel like they're more afraid of you than anything else. And that's how ghosts work. So that's why the point system's really important. Now, someone asked before about if there would be some sort of customization of the cafe and everything, and I think that's a good idea. Maybe some sort of way to have it so that, well, I do want the cafe to look more cafe as you get more business, get more customers, things as the game progresses. I want it to look like it progresses. They should be. Those are fighting words. I feel bad for them telling you. Let me go ahead and write ghost. GHHOSTS. There we go. Ghost. That's why points are important, and depending on how many ghosts you banish. I'm also thinking if you do a bad spell, maybe you get a ghost spawns from you doing the spell incorrectly or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So next up is just adding a simple point system for now. I have a point system already for how the spell casting works, but we need a point system to update for the whenever customer served and whenever ghost is served. That shouldn't be too hard since we already have a thing that tells us, hey, you did serve them. You did serve them. And when a customer leaves angry, it also we also have a way to do that. My question is, should there be a penalty for serving too many customers too many wrong things, or customers leaving at the door? Or is it fine for customers to kind of just flow in and out as they please? And I'm not too sure. I think it'd be fine to have customers leave and just try to serve as many. But at the same time, it's a thing of, well, serve too many wrong and things bad happen. I've also played recently, it was either last week or the week before, another cooking sim called Cook Serve Delicious, and that kind of happens. You don't get penalized. Yes to the penalty, I see. You don't get penalized in Cook Serve Delicious for having too many bad eggs or bad service, but you don't get any, what is it called? You don't get points or bronze points. So I'm thinking maybe you can do something like that or medals. They do this in regular games as well, where they have, and hopefully I control this correctly, stars, like this. So you don't get penalized in the sense it's game over. However, you don't get that many stars, and it'll take the percentage of customers you served versus customers that leave, and I think that's a good idea in terms of just overall factoring, instead of just if 10 customers leave, game over. Instead, it's if enough customers leave, you only get 1 star or 0 stars, and to unlock the next level, you need 2 stars. So something like that instead, I think, is a little bit softer than just you didn't serve or 10 customers left, game over. I think that's a little bit better. So we should try to see about doing something like that, and kind of like a combo chain where you lose your streak when you do something wrong. Combo chain. I definitely think it'd be fun to have combos. We have right now a way to tell if the person or the player does a spell perfectly, because that is a thing currently at the moment, and I definitely want to have a way to track how many perfect spells, as right now we have a way to check for perfect, okay, nice, poor, fail. So I definitely think we can mess around with those stats for some things, and I think that will help play a factor into the overall point scoring. But for now, let's just work on points and getting those tacked up. Let's go back into Godot. And here we are. We can go ahead and close all of these guys now that we have the level working. Plus Godot decides, you know what? I'm gonna freeze. So since it's frozen, let me grab the last of my coffee. It was good while it lasted. Back to water I go. Okay. And I definitely do think at some point adding that point system is important, but I feel like upgrades and everything can be added later, since I might add more upgrades or things of that nature. So for now, just the main game loop of serve customers, serve ghosts. That's the core of the game. Adding on to score points and upgrades, all those things can come later, but they are important to the game. They're kind of secondary to the primary, and that's why I want to try to get this prototype up for the primary. Alright, Godot, since you are not working, we close. We say be gone. Big on to you. I don't want to see your face around here ever again. Let's go ahead and reopen. Yeah, start simple, go from there. Yep. I just have to remember to keep it simple. I have a tendency to get very complicated very quickly. But I'm hoping by doing more of this, I'll hopefully get better at pulling myself in when I need to. But it's hard. Alright, so let's go ahead and also close all of you. Close all. Okay. Never mind. Close all is not the thing I needed to do. It was the wrong thing to do. But cafe here. Game length. I think that should be a thing we have. So let's go ahead back into our level here. Level data. And have it here for game length. We have all of these things. And we can go ahead and say export category. Unlocks. And have this say unlocks. Unlocks. And then say at export var, P-O-R-T var, and this will be called day length, or level length. How about that? Level length. It is a day, but we can just say level. I feel it's a little bit easier than saying day. So level length. And the default is 5 minutes. Let's go ahead and say that. Default is 5 minutes. And that would just be 60 times 5. I think that's 350 seconds. If I did the quick maths right. Let's see. 60 times 5. 300. I thought 6 times 5 is 35. It's 30. Gotta keep track of that. I remember I used to be really good at the times table and just immediately knowing. Now my memory's not so good, but we're good. You gotta keep yourself late. So 300 seconds. Default is 5 minutes. There we go. And it is an int. And we do it like that. And then overall, if we want a shorter level or longer level, we can also now add that. And why are you angry? Oh, equal. Can't forget the equal, like that. That's what you want, right? Yep. All right, and add to our cafe. Let's go ahead and add a timer. And create. And this will be level timer. And this will also have a default of 5 minutes, which is a-okay. We'll go ahead and drag it all the way up to here under cafe to make things easier to see. And this level timer will have an auto start. Its wait time will be 300 seconds. And this is the level timer guy. And we can go ahead and back to our cafe and have an @export var timer. And just call it timer, I think that's fine. And it is, well, it says level timer. We can keep it level timer. Let's just go and drag it. I keep forgetting we can do that with Alt or Control. It's hold Control, then select it, then drag it. And then our level timer, we can also make sure we go ahead and do. And actually not auto start. We'll do it in ready. We can go ahead and grab here. The level timer dot wait time equals, and then we can do level data dot level length, and then we can do level timer dot start. So we set the length depending on the settings, and then we start the timer. And now we need an on timer timeout. And I'm not sure what should happen if the game is over. We have a game over currently. If I go here, the game over screen for the spell casting at least, which is this guy here. It tells you the missed songs, it tells you your longest streak, and it tells you your grade, which is all nice and dandy. And I'm wondering, is that what I have for, no, song missed longest streak grade. I believe I have a game over, yeah. That's different than our mini game over, which looks like this, which just has these guys. So I think we can go from our game over screen here. Oops, where are we at? Not our game screen, our game over is this guy here. And take it from that. So our play again would be playing from the same exact level. That's fine, and our main menu brings us back to the main menu. So what we need to do here is change these settings that we have and modify them. For example, we have a stat for customers served, we have a stat for customers missed, we have a stat for ghosts served, and I think that's good in dishes made. For now, maybe those are the stats. And we can always add more stats, but for now this is just something default or basic. So we can go ahead and, if we go back into concepts really quickly, well, Godot is having a moment to itself. I think that's good. Having a stat for customers missed. Let's see. Customer, S-T-O-M-E-R, served. And I'll put served, so customers and ghosts. H-O-S-T-S. So customers and ghosts served. Customers and ghosts served. And we'll make this green. How about that? Served. R-V-E-D. We also need one for customers missed. I'll go ahead and put that on there. M-I-S-S-E-D. Like that. And you gotta go see us suplex everything and anything. It will do you good. Thank you for coming, Atomic, but I don't know if I can take that that advice, but regardless, I hope you suplex a lot of things in the future. Have fun. So let's see. If we go ahead and click the ghost and customers missed and served, I think that's a good one. We have products made or dishes made. How about that? Dishes. I feel like that's a little bit better than products. The dishes made. D-I-S-H-E-S. Dishes summoned. S-U-M-M-O-N-E-D. Dishes summoned. And also perfect dishes, I think would be good. Perfect. Perfect. E-E-R-F-E-C-T. And I believe it's perfect, okay, and nice. Let me check for our scorekeeper. If I go back into oh, hold on. Godot is freezing. Come on, Godot. Okay, good. So I can go back into our scorekeeper really quickly to check. So it's perfect. It's also perfect. Scorekeeper, where are we at? Perfect, current grade. Oh, it's in the cookbook. Got ya. So we have perfect, nice, okay, poor, and fail. We can add those. That shouldn't be too hard. Perfect, okay. A-A-Y. Oh, okay doesn't go there. It goes nice, then okay. So let's go ahead and do that. So perfect, nice, N-I-C-E. Perfect, nice. Yeah, perfect, nice, okay, poor. Poor, and fail. Poor and fail. There we go. I think those are all the stats we need currently for the game. We have how many we've summoned, how many we served, overall dishes. I think that's good. Let's go ahead and add that for our screen. Godot, oops. Not the wizard hat. We need the wizard hat. It's very important. Let's go ahead and grab you and drag you. There we go. So this, I feel like, would be the end game screen. We have the customers that we have, the dishes summoned, and then we have the overall number of how things went well, how things didn't go well. And we also probably need total, probably total points. I'm thinking depending on how well you do the dish, will give you certain points. For example, you'll get 3 points for perfect, 2 points for nice, 1 point for okay, and so on. And I think that works. 3 for nice, 1 for okay, perfect. Yeah, okay. Let's just do that for now. We can always change it. So 3 for perfect, 2 for nice, and 1 for okay. You don't get any for poor or fail though. Unfortunately, it's pretty hard to get poor unless you're really trying. I tried to make it so that nice is what you usually get unless you're really trying to get perfect. Then you get perfect, and okay is okay. Alright, so with all that said and done, we need it for Ghost and we need it for customers, and we should be good to go. Okay, let me bring you back to Godot and we'll set up that screen. And back in here for our game over. For example, we have song choice, miss, long streak. All of those things now we can modify so they're not those things. For example, we have customer served, like this, and then it'll be customer served. Oops, I guess we can't have the brackets. Customer served, and then here it'll be customer served. Here it'll be ghost served. We can go ahead and do GHOSTS, oops, too big. GHOSTS, ghost served. Oop, copy. And this will be ghost served. And then next up, what do we write down? Dishes summoned. So let's go ahead and add a separator here. And then we have dishes summoned. Dishes summoned. Like that. And here we have dishes. I need to copy and paste. Dishes summoned. Like that. And then next up we have our grade. Now this is the overall general how many perfects. Nice. Perfect. And we can go ahead and say perfect. Perfect. Grade. Great. Did I write that right? No, perfect. Perfect. Grade. There we go. And go ahead and make sure these are, I think there's 4 or 5, really. Perfect grade. We have our nice grade. Nice, okay, poor, fail. Perfect grade. Nice. Again, the caps locks. Nice grade. Okay grade. Poor grade. Poor. Poor grade. And then fail grade. We can go ahead and delete this guy here. Yep. And fail. Oop. Fail. Fail grade. Like that. And then we can go ahead and just grab you and have them equal what they're saying up here. We have perfect, perfect, poor, poor, okay, okay, hold on. There we go. Okay, okay. And then nice, nice. And then perfect, perfect. Great. Now we have customer served, ghost served, dishes summoned, perfect, nice, okay, poor, fail. And that'll give us all the numbers. And then if you click, and I believe this center screen should be center. It doesn't feel center. I guess that's center. Okay. Back in here in our game over. There is no win. There is no loss. We can go ahead and unlink this, as I believe that is from our minigame. Minigame over, or is this minigame over panel? Okay. We have a different game over, which is great. Back in our game over, we have different text and everything. We don't need this. What we need is get tree, current, reload tree. That's good for our game over. It just reloads the tree again. And then on main menu pressed, we go back not to this main menu. We go back to our, where is it at? Screen, out of game screen scene. This is where we go. Not main menu. It would be load here. Load out of game screen. Like this. Like so. Load. We also need a game mode. If I go back into, I think, utility. We have, where are we at? Ah, game state, in menu. We also need a game over. Game over. Game state, game over. In menu, game, or really it should say over. Over, yeah. Game state, over. There we go. Game state in menu over. Too many overs. Grab that guy. Okay, and why I want to have a check about this game state is because we need to do a few checks on our summon and our spawning. I'm just gonna copy this guy. Really, it should be utility dot and utility. Oh, hold on. TIL. Oh no. Why is LI? Huh. My caps lock's not working? Utility dot. Weird, but okay. It really does need to be cleaned. The coffee spell earlier, oh boy. We'll grab you. And why I want to grab these guys is because if the game is over, we don't do anything. Everything freezes. So we can go back into here, and I guess technically we just close the scene. But I don't want to close the scene specifically, I just want to pause everything. We can go ahead and back into our cafe, and so I'm wondering, on game over, we just delete everything and restart. Let's see. I'm not too sure if that would be a good idea. Maybe we would have to, because if we do a menu, that's the issue. Like for our options menu, if the options menu is open, this guy here, if the options menu is open, everything's still running in the background, I think, unless it's paused. Let's see. I don't remember. Did I make it so it's paused? Let's check. So if I go and do spawn, see it. Yeah. I never paused the game. Let's do that. That is important. How do we pause again? I know there's a game state for pausing. So let's check. If I go back into the scripts here, if game is paused, oops, here, game state paused. Godot 4, game state, how to pause game. Yeah, I would just like to pause it. I think that's better. Godot 4, how to pause game. Everything just needs to pause. I think it's process. Process mode pausable. Pause. Process the node is children's process mode. Pause menu. Get tree. Pause equals true. I think that's good. I think we just do this. Pause equals true. And then on unpause, we do pause equals false. False. For some reason, this caps lock is wonky. Oh no. Controls, you're not helping me. You're especially needed for programming. Yeah, it's... Ooh. Something's up. That is not good. That coffee, I think, is affecting it a little bit, but that's okay. Okay. Well, if I do this, now if I click spawn, seat, and press escape, pauses, which we want. And unpause, so close it. Never mind. That does not help. We need the options menu to not be pausable, I think. And our process, is that what we have? So we can still detect our menus. Let's see, prototype, edit, reopen, grab some water. Okay, back on our options menu. And process, inherit, always. I think that works better. So then, if we go ahead and click play again, I think that fixes the issue of not being able to press escape. If I click on escape, unescape, escape, unescape, spawn, seat, escape, unescape, escape, unescape, escape. That is cool. All right, yeah, that's what we need to do. So when the game is over, we just pause it instead, which is 10 times better than doing everything else. Okay. And also, once the game is in that pause state, we change up the music and everything, but we can do that once we get there. So for now, we can go ahead and close the cookbook and everything. We can close the minigame over, as this will be our game over screen and it is not pausable. So let's go ahead and process. And through thread group, group inherit. Nope, not that. Not thread group, process. Always. There we go. And also hide that because I noticed it was flickering. We have our customer served, ghost served, dishes summoned, perfect, nice, okay, poor, fail. And our game over will keep tracking. Hi, Dark Paul. Welcome, hi. I hope your day's been going well. You can see mine is currently at the moment a little frozen. I think I may have to close my Godot again because it's freezing me. Godot's affected me in more ways than one. Hold on. Am I back? Hello? Can anyone hear me? SOS? Oh, I think I'm back. Yeah, I live. So let's reopen Godot. Does that sometimes, yeah. I fixed it. Yup. It's so weird. Sometimes, you know, it just has those weird looks. But I'm glad I am unfrozen. Unfrozen in time. Okay. So now we have a way to track. Now we just need to be able to tell whenever a customer served, add a point. Whenever ghost to served, add a point. So we have a scorekeeper, but that's for our game mode. We need a scorekeeper for overall tracking. And what I'm wondering is, this screen, I don't know how we should do it. Should it be separate from the game over screen and it should be its own scorekeeper, or how could that work? We can go ahead and do on here, in our cafe here, we can go ahead and do, UI, it'd be in UI. We can go ahead and add I'm thinking some sort of control node. For now, we can go ahead and do it here so I can see it. And let's go ahead and do a panel container, like you. Go ahead and move you here. And in this panel container, it can go ahead and have the theme I usually give, which is the UI theme here. And is that the one? Yes, I can't tell. No, it's not. It's the panels. Hold on. It is, you are not the one I'm looking for. It is called the panel. There we are. It's you. And now it should be brown. Theme. Panel container. Theme override. Styles. Oh, there we go. Panel. There we go. And we can go ahead and do, oops, wrong guy. I don't want to hit you. I want to hit you. If it'll let me. Oh. If I click this, then that. Are we good? Yeah, there we go. All right. So this guy, I'm not sure where to put it for now. So for right now, we'll put it here for customer served. We'll go ahead and add we can go ahead and hide the debug menu, since that's not needed anymore. That's for debugging, and we're out of the debug stage for now. We can go ahead and add a margin container like last time. As before, I like doing about 5 for each. So we'll go ahead and do 5, 5, 5, 5. Just to keep things feeling nice. And then we can go ahead and add, I'm thinking a V-box. And then some labels. So for example, this will hold our, and I'll go ahead and copy this guy since we already have it. And paste them here. There we go, poor grade. The size is a little wrong, so let's go ahead and add the font sizes. Not UI theme, we did a different theme. We need text. Okay, we need to figure out where it's at. It's normal streak size. I think it's this one. Too big, way too big. But speaking of, I think that's the one we need for those, but no, we need normal spell size. Okay, that's a little too big. Never mind. We're just gonna take our, what we had and just make the normal size maybe 10. Okay, 10's a little too small, maybe 20. Okay, maybe 15. That'll work. That'll do. And we also want to make sure it fits content. That's good. And this doesn't need to be poor. It needs to now be customer. Should you know when customer served? Or you should know how many points you're getting, but I'm not sure. Should you be able to tell? For example, should there be a thing on screen that tells you, alright, you served so many so far, or should you wait until the end to know your total? I know some games have it where you can tell your total money earned from the level at the end, and some have it where you can't tell, you just kind of get a sound. I'm not too sure if I want to have something on screen. I want you to just focus on it, but maybe. For now, let's not have that on screen and we can kind of keep it in our mind. Maybe later we can add it, but for now I think this is fine. So in saying all of that, we just need a way to keep track, and I think that's where our game over comes in. The game over can tell when we have certain things. For example, we have all of these, label miss, label grades. We'll add all of those guys back, and this is all poor and okay. And we need to change all of these guys here to different things. We gotta keep those in mind. And we have a func for ready. And then what we need to do is update. The update score. Like that, something like that. Where we have the rhythm manager dot grade for scorekeeper. And we scorekeeper got grade. Scorekeeper. So we need something, for example, update. My tab is not working. Update dish. Yeah, keeps toggling on its own. Dish count. I'm checking to make sure that the light doesn't go on. And then we have a utility, not utility, it'd be cookbook. Book. There we go, book. Okay, cookbook dot, unless you know you do actual K, cookbook dot grade, or how is it written? I am struggling, I'm fighting with my own keyboard. It doesn't want to do capital letters. Okay, are we good? I hope so. Let's go Kieran type cookbook. I think this is where we have grades. Yeah, grade, there we go. Oh boy, that is, whoa. That's not good at all. Cookbook dot grade. Let's see. Cookbook dot grade. So grade, new dish grade. Like this. And then we have new dish grade equals cookbook dot grade. And then we have void. Void. Very lowercase void. Void. OID. Okay, pass. We're good now? Good. And then what we can do is have a match new dish grade like this. And now we do cookbook.grade. Cookbook. Yeah, Godot crashing, not too bad. I can deal with the closing, reopening. Biting my keyboard to keep it from going caps locks. That is a whole different issue. And it is unfortunate, it seems to be trying to have a freak out. And if this keeps up, I do have a backup keyboard, but I wouldn't want to use it, but if it keeps at it, Godot, oh, not even Godot, not Godot's in trouble this time. You, keyboard, I'm talking to you. I don't wanna, but I will. Cookbook dot, yeah, biting every single key. Grade dot fail. Fail. Like, to do it. Okay, pass. Pass. Okay, we've got 2 more chances. I will not be here for it. I believe there's 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Oh man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we have fail. Okay. Okay. Then we have nice. And nope, I forget. 4. Fail. This has got to get moved down. It goes fail, poor. And this goes here. Put you there for now. You go here, you go here, you go there, you go there, you go there. And now we have perfect. Perfect. Or perfect. There we go. Perfect. And this is so we have poor. Poor goes here. Poor. There. Okay. And then what we need is to have, we don't really need a match case, do we? I'm thinking the best way to keep track of every time we make a dish, this is where the dish count gets updated. Should it be 5 variables or can it just be a dictionary? That's what I'm trying to figure out. For example, maybe instead of a match case, it's like this, where we have current level, like this. And instead of grade to string, it is grade amount. Dishes, dish. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go grab that other keyboard. I am not about to fight with my keyboard. I'll be right back. Wrong button. Okay, we're all good now, hopefully. And double text is gone. And I'm glad you like the PvP music. I try to keep it nice. I have gotten my old keyboard. So, hopefully, good old reliable that I've had for a good at least, I'd say 4 years, will work properly. We will see. Does old reliability pay off? Okay, so where were we? This was dish. Oh, hold on. Oh, this is gonna take a second to get used to. Dish grade. Oh, this feels funny. I don't know if I can do this. It's the fun of the keyboard, not a skill issue, obviously. Obviously, I'm telling you, I'll just type and the caps lock was toggling. Not today. So dish grade, maybe amount. You can definitely tell this one's a very loud mechanical. I got a quieter one. Dish grade amount. Do. I think that's good. And then in here we'll have an int. It'll just be 0, 0, 0, 0. Hold on. Nor rain nor shine will keep me from this programming. Even Godot itself can't handle it. Speaking of, let me save. 0. And this also needs to be utility or not utility, cookbook, right? 0. And then click all of these guys. Learned that new trick. And then I can do cookbook dot. Yeah, I figured it out. Lovely. Okay. So then, instead of update dish count and match case, we can just do dish grade amount dot not that dish grade amount new dish grade underscore dish underscore grade like that, and then do equal to or plus equal 1 like that. So now this should add it without it having to be a match case, which is nice. And then what we also need is a way to what do we need? My memory. It's failing me. Oh, we need a dictionary for the tags. We can go ahead and do var. Same thing we did here, just do it for the tag. So dish grade tag, or rather label, and then it can be these guys here. Now I'm not sure how this works specifically, we'll see. Oh, none also doesn't need to be a thing. We don't need none. Alright, and fail, let's see. So fail would go here. How to do this? I think it's load. Load like this, and then we just have the fail grade here, like that. Or drag and drop somewhere. Look at all the beautiful red text at the bottom of the screen. Close your eyes. Don't look. Look away. Look away. Not at all. You don't see it. What we do here is like what we did for the music. We take all of these guys here. Like this. And oops. Not that. Like that. Or I think it's more so this. And then we grab all of you. And also grab perfect. But now I'm looking at this, it should have been the other way around. But that's okay. No, it's not. It's not okay at all. We're gonna have to do it like this. It feels nicer. Let's fail first, then let's fail last. Like this. Let's fail, and then it's poor, and then it's okay, nice, this is okay, and this is perfect. Like that. You're looking harder? No! Look away. You're not supposed to see any of that. Whatever this is here, oh, I thought I could, there, it's gone. See, you saw nothing. Just your mind playing tricks on you, that's all. I say as Godot decides I'm gonna freeze. And see, even Godot agrees with me. While I'm waiting on that, water break time though. And with that, now that I'm on a coffee, I have some lemonade here too. Oh, never mind. It did not want me to have the lemonade. It finished on its own. Alright, so perfect, nice, okay, poor, which makes sense because that's what we have here. It just feels nicer, I think. So discrete amount, and then discrete label. And then what we can do is align these to here, like this. Oh, hold on. But I'm also realizing I did this wrong. It doesn't need to be these guys that need to be updated. It actually needs to be more so a separator of some sort that goes in between them. For example, these need to be inside of boxes. So for example, this would be an H box, like this. And then we have loads of H boxes under here, like that. And then under these would go these guys, like this. And that's why we have the unique name. So we don't have to worry about the sizing or where it's going, like this. And then from there we have another grade box, and this is the number. Oh, fail number. And then this guy would be the number. Oh, like that. That's how it would look. And we added this for every single one. So we go here and paste, and which, look at that, yellow. Better than red, isn't it? Right? Coffee gone, exactly. I'm a little sad at the moment. You know, I've lost a good one here today. Today something good was lost. Perfect grade. Perfect grade. Perfect number. This is nice number. Nice number. This is poor number. This is okay number. Okay number. And this is fail number. There we go. Say nothing. 100%. And then what we do here is we grab that text label. So then that label would become something else. So right now this is all the fail numbers. We have the okay number. So now we go ahead and we access this unique name. Access this unique name. All of these now get access as a unique name. Like this. And what coffee you had today? Today it was very cream heavy. I had lots of heavy cream in it, lots of evaporated milk. I made a very cream heavy latte. It was a coffee stained latte. Far more cream than coffee. I wanted a little bit of cream today. So that is what I had. Let's see. We can change these to number, and that should be fine. Instead of erasing all of these like this. Should be good. And then from there, now we take our perfect grade, like this. We take our perfect grade, we take our nice grade, we take our poor grade. Almost didn't have enough time to make the coffee, but just enough time. And I tried a new brand today, and I really like it. I just might stick with that one, because it was nice and tasty. Grab you, and grab you. There we go. Now these guys line up with these numbers. So then, when we update our dish count, it updates the discrete amount account. And then we have a func for update dish count label, or label tag. That works either or, like this. And then we can go ahead and do void like that. And then for label indeed, for label in disgrade label, like this. So it's gonna go through each of them. And then we go ahead and do the center here. Should be fine, should be good, famous last words. Attempts are made, you know, like they're tried. So label in Disgrade. What I'm trying to do here as I click pass, I want to update each label by changing the number. So for example, it would be Disgrade label equals, or dot text equals, and then we do this, and this is where the numbers go, and we add those together, and that should equal the label. So we take this plus label, and where do we get this label from? It would be Disgrade amount label. We grab the key from there. That should work. And then we go ahead and do the center here as well, like this, and that should work. So then for each of these, oh, it needs to be plus, like that. And this is an int, so it needs to be a string, like this, and like that, the button. Oh boy, everything's breaking on me. Okay. So this should work, I believe. We can go ahead and attempt to check and see. For update, for label and Disgrade label.text, update, all of those things. So then every time this upgrades, we'll be able to upgrade it. And then on game over or on activate, we change this doesn't need to be anything different. We'll just mute the song. I think that's fine. And then lost game.play, one.play. No, we'll just play one.play for once on activate. And then we'll go ahead and update the dish label, count label. And we also need to update the, what is it? Really all count labels, I think, instead of dish. But this is dish, so I guess update dish label. And then we also need a func for update. And it's kind of a duplicate, but it's fine for now. Update served label, like this. And it's also void. And it does the same exact thing, which is why I'm thinking it should be a little bit different. Or we should be able to line it up, but for now, we'll keep it like this. But it'll be for label in not Disgrade, but instead served, like this. And then instead of served label, it'll be something else. So served amount, and then we have the label, like that. But we don't know what served label is, and that's where we go up here. And instead of our Disgrade amount, we also have our server amount. So we can go ahead and do this. And then Disgrade amount. This is served amount. Served amount. And instead of all these guys, it'll only be 2. Maybe we can add more serves, but for now it'll be 0, 0, and then we have customer, and we also have ghost. But we don't know what those guys are, so let's go ahead and just make an enum. And let's go ahead and do entity for now, I think. And it is it's an enum. So I think I can just do this, I forget. Okay, good. And we have customer, and we also have ghost. Then entity.ghost. Here, we can do this. Entity.customer. And then we do entity.ghost. Like this. And that. And really, it should be entity amount. Entity. Instead of amount, let's do stats. I think that's a little bit easier. So entity.customer. And this is, actually, I want to have a way to tell customer served, ghost served. I want to have also one that says customers left. Customers left. Customers left. That sounds a little weird, doesn't it? But that's fine for now. And also I forgot about that line. Customers served. Customers left. And this too would need to be an HBox container. Let's go ahead and just add that really quickly. Like this. And remaining, oh man. Where? No. These, words. I can word. Very good. Thank you very much. It is how many customers left angry. That's what I want to say, not remaining. That's English, yeah. This is how many customers, depending on if, for example, customers will leave if their patience runs out. it either runs out because you took too long or because the ghost made the patience run out. So that's why I'm saying customers left. But customers left doesn't seem right. Failed customers, customers failed. Angry customers, we can call it angry customers. How about that? I think that's good. Angry customers, I think that works. Entity status, customer, we can say ghost. And for now, let's just say happy. Happy customer, angry customer. How about that? And ghost. And then we have entity customer, so we have happy customer. And then we have angry customer. And instead of customers left, oh, hold on, froze. Lemonade time. No, they're not. They're very smart. Don't forget this is an Astute Academy. And if anything, they're afraid. They're afraid of all the ghosts that appear. Just the right amount of sweetness, though. Oh man, my throat. I think I added too much lemon juice. Oh man. That needs to be diluted. Oh boy, entity status. There we go. That works. And then let's go back to the game over. And in that H box, we have customers left. Nope, it is angry customers. Angry customers. There we go. And then we have here angry customers. And I think it's a little bit better because they did leave angry. Angry customers, either angry or unsatisfied. Either or works, but for now, let's just do angry. And then back in our game over, we have our perfect, we have all of those guys. This is where we need the numbers again. So we have customer served. And let's see, angry customers. So this is where the H box comes in handy. We'd have to do like this, like that. And then we would have a number. So we would paste it here. And instead of perfect number, it would be customer served number, like that. And then we would do this twice more. Instead of customer served, go ahead and delete this, like that. It would instead be our angry customers, and it would be our ghost served, like that instead. Is how it would look. So a lot, it's a work in progress. So ghost served number, and then angry customers, angry, like that. And then we can also change the way the box size is. For example, we can make the panel container, or this container itself, longer or wider. I forget how, hold on. I'm thinking it's this button, one of these buttons. Transform. Why is the sizing not working? Is it U? Ah, there we go. And if I can just make this, oops, U wider. There we go. Put you back in the center of the screen. This panel container should be fill. I'm not sure why it's not fill. Custom minimum size. Nope. We just want you to fill up the whole thing. So why aren't you full? Like this? No. Interesting. Also, scale is big. Huge. Okay, I see why. Let's just make scale okay. Never mind, let's go back to the size you had it. I agree with you. Let's just put you where you were. I think that works. And then I wanted to make it wider, but I am not at all good with the way these guys work. For example, minimum size of Y. Is that what we need to change? If I make this 200, give it a second to fix itself. All right, 200, like that. Okay, that's not the minimum size we need to change. Or maybe it's 600. How about that? 600. Nope. Okay, it's someone else here. Never mind. It was not indeed someone else there. This needs to be like 400. That works. And then we need that box that we have for play again to be center, like this. But then the overall box needs to be center too, and that's where we're having issues. This should go in the center of the screen. This panel container does not want to be in the center of the screen. Center. Yeah. Horizon, expand. No, we don't want it to expand. We just want the margin container. Where's that at? Margin. Yeah, our pivot point is off. Let me go ahead and set U, or not U to lock. There we go. All right, pivot point. There we go. That works better. More center screen now. We have customers served, we have angry customers, we have ghosts served, and then we have the perfect, nice, poor, okay, fail dishes. I think that's good. And now if we go back into here with our entity status, we have happy customers, we have angry customers, and we have ghosts. So then we have, we go back down here to update served label. We can now take that entity status here and go back down here. So it's instead of update entity label, entity update entity label, like that. And then instead of served amount, entity status. No, it would be served amount or entity amount, like that. And then entity amount, if we go back up here, it's gonna be this guy here. And we can go ahead and copy and paste, like you. Entity status, I'm thinking more so this should be entity amount. And then we have entity status, or entity amount label. That makes sense. Entity amount label. More so like that. And we can go ahead and grab you. Now, why are you angry? Okay, never mind. It fixed itself. Okay. So then we can go ahead and grab, make sure you're a unique node. You're a unique node. And can you do pivot 462 divided by 2? Yeah, I can. I don't know why it doesn't automatically set the pivot point to center. But yeah, I can totally do that. 1 second, let me drag these guys in. Yeah, that would bother me as well. Let me go ahead and grab these guys first, and then I can go ahead and do that. So we have our angry customers, we have our customers served, we have our regular customers. And let me drag these guys up here, as I like to keep the entities and everything. If it comes first, it goes that way instead. That way the dish grade and everything can stay the same. And we can also make this as well. Well, this is entity, so we're good. But dish grade, here we go. Dish grade can come down here. We have the entity and the entity label, entity amount, and then we have the dish grade amount, and we have the dish grade. That feels a little better. Okay, as for this guy here, where are we at? Pivot offset, let's see. 462 divided by 2. I do like how you can, and that divided didn't work. Divided by 2. And then, yep, you can count calculations. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I like how you can do that. 312 divided by 2. There we go. Is that far better now? I do wish there was an way to automate it, as, yeah, that pivot point does not feel nice. Okay, with all that said, we now have our entity amount labels, and our entity amount labels can then go and align with these guys. So we have our happy customer, customer served, we have our angry number. Hold on. Angry customers. CUSTOMERS. There we go. Customer served. I'm just doing happy, angry. I feel like it's a little bit easier. And then angry, not angry number. Angry, like this. Angry customer's number. There we go. And then angry number. Angry customer number. There we go. Like that. It's label. Label. Like that. Trying to keep everything similar, but the names don't matter too much. They just matter in how it makes you feel inside. I like feeling nice and warm. And ghost served. Alright. Now these guys are all together as well. And then when we go to our entity amount, go back down here. So for label in entity, what are we at? It's called entity amount. Like this. And let's see, so we did dish grade label. So entity amount label. In entity amount label, we have our entity label. And then we have label. And then we have dot text equals entity amount. That should be right. Entity amount label. Entity amount is not declared. Did I call it something else? ENTITY? Yeah, it looks spelt differently. ENTI. No, any. There we go. That's what it is. ENTITY. There we go. Should be good to go. Yep. Alrighty. So those numbers should be updated when they eventually do happen. And then we also need a function for update ghost, update customer, and update the angry. So we need a func for update served customers, and this will be its own thing, and this is, yep, without a space, and this is void. There we go. And then what we can do is grab our happy customers, entity amount label, or no, we take entity amount and then we go entity happy customers, entity amount, and then we do entity dot happy customer, and we do plus equals 1. It froze. So water break time. And the hope is that we'll just be able to add signals. For example, when a ghost gets served, signal to say, hey, update ghost. When a customer gets served, hey, update customer. When a customer leaves angry, hey, customer left angry. That's why I'm adding all of these signals first. And then we can just pair them up. The happy customer will be plus equal 1. And then we'll just add these since they're specific. There's probably a way to automate it, but for now, we'll just have it this way. So angry, update angry customers. And then we have a function for update ghost. Update ghost. Update ghost served. And this will be a ghost. Like that. And is it ghost? Is that why? There we go. Okay. So back in utility, our global, we can then do for our game over signal. I'm wondering where to put it. So let's see, menu signals, book signals, ghost signals, customer progress, cafe signals. Let's just put it under its own category for now. Put it under scorekeeping for level scoring. How about that? Level scoring. And then we have signal, customer left angry. We have customer customer served. And we also have ghost served. Ghost, for now, ghost served. And then we also have a signal for dish served. Like that. And then we, for this one, need to have cookbook dot grade. And this should say, well, dish created, never mind. Should it be dish created or dish served? I'm thinking it should be dish created. Let's do dish served. I think that's better. Dish served. I think that works better. Dish served. And then we have dish quality. Oops, hold on, it froze. So let me get some lemonade. Change it up for a bit. Quality. There we go. Dish quality, which is a cookbook grade. Now we've got to go in and edit all of these guys, which shouldn't be too hard. Back in our customer category, or not customer, but our player. I know where these signals are, so it makes it a little bit easier. For example, when we serve a dish, it's done through player. And here we go. So take payment. Nope. Take order. This is where the customer gets served their order. For example, customer has been served or wrong order. So we can go ahead and do utility dot down here, utility dot dish served dot emit. And I'll go ahead and grab these guys. And then we take our quality item. And I'm also releasing this, needs to be moved up. So we can go ahead and say order matches current item. So then we can go ahead and go grab our current item dot, and there should be grade. There we go. So it serves that grade. So now we have, hey look, this is the grade of the dish. That's all good to go. Next up, we need to do ghost banishing. So we can go ahead and go to our ghost summoner or our ghost, our ghost manager here. And back when our ghost gets, where are we at? When our ghost gets banished, this is what happens. So on a banished ghost, ghosts served is what we do. We can go ahead and do utility dot ghost served dot emit. Next up, we need one for the customer leaving happy and for the customer, customer leaving happy and the customer leaving angry. And I think we can also do that in player, or no, we'd have to do it in customer. So we can go back down to customer town, customer, and if I go into my customer script here, we have all the customer states. So for example, customer is leaving, customer is leaving, customer is leaving. leaving, and ready. Now, unfortunately, I don't know. Yeah, start customer deletion, start customer deletion, start customer deletion. Gotcha. Okay, so all of these, the customers leave angry. We can compile this, which is good. And this is neat, thank you. I'm glad you think so. That is always lovely to hear. So these are the last two signals we have, and all of this can be condensed. Thankfully. And because the same thing happens, right? Customer leaves, delete, exit. Leave, delete, exit, delete, exit. We can put all of this into one line. I did learn this recently, since you can also do this with C++. I didn't know how to do it with Godot until recently. Oh, work. But we can do this. And then all of that. So now it's completely destroyed. So if the timer times out and the customer is in line, or they're waiting, or they're waiting for the waiter, or they're waiting for the order, they leave. And if they leave, everything happens. Customer is leaving. But because the same thing happens, we don't have to separate it. The only reason I would want to separate it is for these notes, but it's okay. We don't need these notes specifically. So not only do we start customer deletion, we also exit target. We also do utility dot customer left angry dot emit. Now we're saying, hey, this customer's leaving because they're angry, which is good. And then lastly, we need one for reading menu. Nope. We need one for if order.flavor return true. So if the order matches, the customer will be served. So this is the last one we need, and we're looking for that one. And I think the player will give the customer it during them being served. So we gotta go back over to the customer. Hi, Wolfie Fawn. I feel like I've read that one before. But regardless, welcome to stream. Hi. Let's see. So if we go back to, where are we at? Player. I think the player, yeah, okay. So progress waiting for order. Let's see. So if customer order matches, this is where we can say utility.dish served. And also, oh, hold on. I heard a sound. Doc Brennan? Is that how you say it? Hi. Thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. Please tell me if I did say that correctly to both of you. The sound was me. I see. Thank you a bunch. Let's see. Signal also customer served. Not only dish served, but also customer served. Like that. And then we should be good. And that should be all of our signals saying, hey, I did this thing. Now all we need is to go back into utility, like this. And we'll go ahead and grab these guys so we can hook the signals up. So we go back into our, where are we at? Our game over. So this guy here, where we have all of these signals, or these, what are they called? Functions? Indeed, that's what they're called. We go ahead and do a ready function. So func underscore ready. And then we go ahead and hook all of these guys up. So it would be utility dot customer left angry dot connect. Like that. That's the coding. And you said it right, like Brennan. Got ya. Lovely. Sometimes I do say it wrong, so I'm glad I got it correct this time. Let's see, utility dot, and then we go ahead and do dot connect, like this. And we don't need to have that here, as that will already do its thing. And then from there, to finish up these signals, when a customer leaves angry, we update angry customer. So we put that there. When a customer is served, we update served customers. That goes there. When the ghost is served, we update this guy here. And when a dish is served, we update this. So they're all good to go. And been chillin', this looks good. And no, this looks cool. And one day I want to try Godot, so taking notes. I don't know if I'm the best teacher. This is only my second Godot game, but thank you nonetheless. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, it's an attempt, but definitely don't know if I'm the one you should be taking notes from. Regardless, I'm honored. So we have here our update ghost list, ghost dish, all of those get connected. And then this activate is for when the game is over. You're a self-taught person, you know zero, so fair point. I've been learning, yeah, basically about that, yep. So we update the discount label, and we also update the entity label, and this should, fingers crossed, update all of our labels, which are these guys here. So all of these zeros should get updated. Our customer served, angry, ghost served, and all of these dishes, but there's only one way to try and see. And I'm hoping we did this correctly the first time so that we don't have to go back and try and see, and I wonder if the game did actually work or not, but only one way to try, isn't there? So on and activate, this is when the game over happens. When cafe, we go back to our cafe, this guy here, and we already have our options. Nope, we don't. We need to bring over the game over screen, and we can go ahead and, oh, Godot froze, so water break time. And as well to those who are new, my computer freezes Godot. It's not Godot freeze. Like, it's a computer thing, unfortunately, but it's fine as long as it's not my computer. My keyboard trying to fight me for caps locks. But I'll give Godot a second to see if it unfreezes. If it doesn't unfreeze, we'll just close it. But I like to give it a chance. There we go. We should be good. Yep. Okay. And we'll go ahead and grab that game over screen. So this guy here, we'll go under our options menu. That's that guy there, and we'll go ahead and hide our game over. And then what happens is, in our cafe, when the level timer stops, so we have to connect this guy here with the signal. So on level timer timeout, we go ahead and activate. And what are we activating? The game over screen. So we need to go ahead and connect that up as well. Grab you, game over, .activate. And this stops the game. The game is now over, and this pops up. So on an activation, and we also need to grab it from options menu, since that was the pause. There we go. Utility, all of those things. We go back over to game over, which is this guy here. So on an activation, we mute the music, we play the sound, we update the dish labels, we also show after a second. So we go ahead and set our utility current game state to game over. I think we did have that, or did we not set it? Over, there we go. Utility game state .over. We go ahead and pause the game. Another note is that when we first open the game, so that it doesn't happen infrequently, but in case we do need to do that, get tree.pause equals false. In case we do restart the scene, I don't know if that'll change anything, but on the clause it does. Let's see. All that needs to happen. And then we have .show. Oh, not .show. Show. So it shows up all of our labels. And we can go ahead and play the sound. So we update our labels and we play the sound. Fingers crossed it works, but we'll see. Okay, time to check. And to do that, let's go back into our Medimancer level. If we go ahead and do Medimayhem, I do like that name. On our level timer, here we go. Level length, let's do 60 seconds, just to check and see. Now I'm wondering, should there be some sort of, I mean, there probably should, right? I feel like on the game screen in the cafe, maybe we could have a clock, like a in-game clock. What is it called? Diagenic, I think, for when, if like, for example, if there's music playing in the game and you hear the music and that's the soundtrack, that's a way to put it in the game instead of having it out of the game. Sort of, it's supposed to be immersive. So for this, maybe we can have some sort of timer on the wall to show how much time is left. And that wouldn't be too hard, I say, and then it turns out to be difficult. But let's go ahead and try to attempt to add a quick timer, I say, but who knows? Let's see. I think I can do that by going to customer, and in our customer progress tab, this guy here, I have a timer already in the form of, where are we at? Our progress bar here. So if I just copy this guy and yoink him back into the cafe, like nothing happened, I should be able to grab our, let's see, margins container, timer panel. There we go. That's what I want. So I can go ahead and delete you. I don't need any view. I just want the timer panel. And I'll go ahead and grab you and margin container. Yep. And our progress bar, we don't need the timer. We just need the progress bar. So where are we at? Here we go. So where's our circle? This is our, gotcha. And then this is our progress bar. Yep, okay. And then progress bar. Okay, so our timer is here. So then, what we should be able to do is just drag this guy up here for our current clock on the wall, like that. And let's see how quickly the quick timer gets done. I believe, all right? I'm dreaming. Let me dream. Let me have my hopes. I can believe, okay? It's happening. Watch. You watch. You'll see. Wall clock. That's what we'll call it. And then in our cafe, oops. In our cafe, we can go ahead and drag over our wall clock and our level timer. Like, oops. Like this. Like so. And then what we can do is have the wall clock. If we go back in here, wall clock dot max value equals level underscore timer dot wait time. So this is setting the max value, the whole value, and that should be green. And then on process, I don't think we have process. Nope, we don't have process for our cafe. I should be able to do func underscore process, and then have level timer underscore timer dot value equals and then we go ahead and do, oh, hold on. I did that wrong. It's gonna be wall clock dot value equals there, like that. Should work. It should update depending on the timer value. Fingers crossed. If we go ahead and click play, well, let's see. You know, I forget things, and I forgot some other things. The fact that it's crashing does not mean it's still not gonna be fast. I just forgot. The wall clock itself is a bar, right? It's not a timer. The wall clock, if I go into here, you can see value. That is the value. And then our level timer isn't value. I believe it's time left. Yeah, there we go. That's what I needed to type. Wrong thing. Okay, now magic. Hold on. Ha, okay, see? I did it. It's ticking down. So you can tell how much time you have left. We're all good to go. It's working. That's the important part. So let's try playing through a game. And we'll do 30 seconds, since I can set the Necromancer to 30 seconds. And I did do it. That's the important part here. Let's set our Medi Mayhem to 30 seconds. And also, why does that say debug? Oh, never mind. This is main menu, song choice. We don't have a song choice. Okay, we're fine. That error was there because it was leftover code. So in our Medi Mayhem, let's set the level length to 30 seconds. Not 3. Well, actually, yeah, let's set it to 3 and see if it works in setting the game over. That is important. Let's try that. So I can go over to our, what is it, screen. And then in our out of game screen, if we go ahead and click open, so you can see as well. If I click into a level, it should be 3 seconds before the game ends. Let's see if the game ends in 3 seconds. Oh, so this timer is not connected and not working correctly. Oh, I know why. It's wrong level. Wrong level. Hold on. Main menu. Because only the Necromancer level is 3 seconds. So we should be able to... Oh. I can't press buttons anymore. Huh. Weird. Interesting. Is it because the game is currently paused? Hold on. And closed. Okay, we need to set it when we open the... I think I know why. We're all good. That's the small bugs that always get you. But it's the nice, quick ones that are nice. Hopefully, I say. And then it's actually not quick. We'll see. I'm hoping. I can have all my hopes and dreams. So get tree.paused equals false. If we go back into our out of game screen. And we go ahead and... Oh, something flash. Weird. Okay. So on ready. There we go. I think that clears it up from being funny. Hopefully. Let's see. So go back into here. And if I go into play, escape, main menu, play, still working. escape, main menu, levels, level 1, still ticking, escape, main menu, okay, levels, 2, 3 seconds, 2, 3. Okay, so that's good news. It is semi-working. The labels are incorrect. That's why it won't show up on screen. So dish label.text. Let's see, invalid assignment of property key on type nil. So label, I think I did the dictionary wrong and that's why it's angry at me. Yep. Entity amount label, These guys are null. Odd enough, despite the fact that they appear in the game. But you know what? That's okay. I learned last time how to deal with this problem. Set it up and ready. That is the quick solution, as since it doesn't want to load currently, let's just load it when it happens, and that should be fine. I think, we'll see. But the good news is I did get the timer working. I can say that at least. I was able to link it up. I knew what to do, and it worked. Let's see. Godot's still frozen, so I'll get the water break, and if Godot decides it doesn't want to be happy, we'll see. Okay, get some water. Okay. And oops. Is it good? Nope. All right, close time. Save and quit. Give it a chance to save and give it a chance to quit. This is lovely though. It's almost there. I'm really excited to try and test it. As you can see, trying and testing is working out very well. Super well, in fact. Wonderfully. Alrighty, so it's back open. And now what we can do is out of game and this game over. This isn't the main menu. Gotcha. Okay. What I'm thinking is, since it's saying error for some reason, what we can do is have entity amounts, and we'll just grab these guys since it seems to be having issues. It's calling it null. So I'll also as well go and print on ready just to see if it does give us null. So disgrade label, and also print entity amount label, like that. Okay, so if I click play, where are we at, game? It gives us null, despite the fact that the game loaded it, which is really weird, isn't it? But you can see, and I can close it as well so you can get a really good look. Oops, wrong thing. Let me lock it so I can click this. But for the quick second my head is locked. All of these guys are null, which means they're not getting instantiated. I think that's the word. They're not getting set, and that's why when it gets accessed, it's crashing. I'm wondering if I do like this, and instead have it say var, what is it called? var, call it temp dictionary. So temp dictionary, and then have it equal like this. And then what I can do is grab you guys like this and just put you in there. And then if I just happen to, I don't know, grab this entity amount label again and then make it equal to temp, then we'll go ahead and print and see the before and after and see if that at all made a difference. And I'm hoping it will. I'm hoping it will. That sounds a little bit better. I don't know why it sounded like a wheel. Okay. Okay. Testing. And it gets null still. Huh. This is the true problem. Everything else was fine and dandy, but for some reason, it doesn't like when I set up the out of game screen to this, which is really odd. We have, I guess, I don't know. These are all on ready, so they should work. I'm wondering and I'm thinking. This is labels that are acting funny. If I go back into our game over screen and back here, I'm thinking and I'm looking and I'm wondering, why is it that these guys here are not happy being selected. When we open the game, it says that they are null, despite the fact that we don't even use them until very far later in the game. Yet, they're decided to be null. And even when I do put them in ready, they're still null. So my next question is, if we grab you like this, and then on game over, we set them like this, does it still have a problem? If we do it at the very end, when everything's had time to create itself, is it still angry? That's my question. If it's still angry, we have more than a few problems. So I'll go ahead and open up level 2. So that's 3 seconds. And it is still null. You can see there in the output. Okay. Why are you still null? Our entity happy, angry ghost? Yeah. That should work, shouldn't it? You were going to make a null joke. Null joke. The punchline seems empty. That was a void joke. Awful, terrible, 0 out of 10. How dare you? That was still pretty good though. As for why this isn't working, I'm wondering, even when we do it on activate, which happens at the end of the level, so everything should be created, yet it's not. And why is that? Is it because it's a dictionary? These guys just aren't being created. That's the issue we're running into. These guys are being seen as null, even when we say, hey, look, there's this thing. Hey, look, there is this thing. Okay, second test. I want to see if I do instead export, if I get the same results. So for example, instead of at on ready for our angry customers, what if I do at export? Like this, and then do this. Sometimes this works, but at this point I'm trying to see if I throw something at the wall, will it stick? I'm not sure. Let's see. If I go ahead and do that, then go back into my game over, grab my angry customer number label, like this. Okay. Now let's try and check with our out of game screen, or not out of game screen. Oh yeah, our out of game screen, our main menu basically, and see if that works. We'll give it 3 seconds to close and open, and key value string type null. They're all still null, so doing at export still doesn't work. Is it because no? Okay. We have a big problem, huge problem, ginormous problem on our hands, and I have no idea why. It always feels like at that 4:30 mark, or at 4 hours, we seem to run into, oh, not 4 hours, but at 4 o'clock, or 3 hours in, 3 out of 4. Something goes awry. We're chugging along, we're doing great, and then bam, not today. It's such a shame, but it's okay. I am sure we can figure it out. The next best option is to go to, where are we going? We're going to Reddit or somewhere else. Stack Overflow, that's another good one. Let's see. Godot 4 nodes are null in ready. There we go. So setting node as variable at on ready. Nope. How to get nodes, trying to find nodes, return node in group returns null. Node is not null and ready. Okay. Let's see what we've got here on the on the table today for reading. And can you smell that? It smells like a bug. And a really juicy one. No, it's not juicy. You do love you the smell of a nice juicy bug. So good. No. Get back there with that nose. Close it. I don't know, put a nose pin. That's not even the smell of progress. That's the smell of bug. That's the smell of awfulness. Okay, so in one of my scripts, container.bug, or not box bug, container box GD in the ready function, you're calling this in the app manager, but with the setup, a node can depend on its children. Being ready, autoloads are also nice. It's not an autoload. Node C initializes in the property node. Another tactic is to use call deferred, since it doesn't execute until the scene tree has been fully set up and all the nodes are ready. You can also use await get tree root ready. I may have misnamed something. I remember seeing this before. Call deferred. I've never heard of that though. That's interesting. Hold on. Let me copy and see what that does. Let me hide that for a second. The call deferred Godot for what do? We have this in Reddit. We have this archive here. Okay, let's see. We have. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we have the use of call deferred is very confusing. You know what the method does on paper. You don't know which cases. Call deferred delays execution of code until there is an idle time in the main loop. It happens mainly at the end of process physics frame. Side effect, it can be useful for executing code that is not safe to execute in the middle of a frame. Okay. Call deferred can help me explain what the function means. The simple answer is that call deferred calls a function in the main thread when it's not doing anything or is idle. There's no specific delay length, it just runs when there's nothing on the main thread. For more information, click this answer. Alright. I have a problem early in Godot. We're taking me several seconds to instantiate a simple scene. Code that connected to message received and instantiated scene based on the data and message took anywhere from 10 to 30 seconds. However, changing this line, emit signal. You know what I'd be curious to see? If I instantiate this node instead of running it, would that help? And making it null? I'm gonna try and see, as I keep running into that problem where the node isn't loaded yet. So mayhaps, perchance. And is there a reason why you don't use ChatGTP? Because ChatGTP isn't up to date with Godot 4, so a lot of the answers can either not lead you in the right direction or be buggy or things of that nature. I have tried it before though, but it's a little bit harder to do in Godot 4, as it'll give you code that doesn't work. Or stuff that just doesn't go well. I remember using it back in the beginning of when I was doing this game, and it just gave me answers that didn't make any sense. So at this point, it's a thing of, well, as a lot changed from Godot 3 to Godot 4, and if I don't know if I'm 100% correct. Oh no, I don't know if this is correct, but I believe GTP's database is made before Godot, is focusing on stuff that's before Godot 4. And since a lot of stuff changed from Godot 3 to Godot 4, like in the sense how a lot of the stuff or a lot of tutorials are outdated and kind of don't work for Godot 3 versus Godot 4, it's not as effective. But if I was using Godot 3, I'd have a better chance in using ChatGPT. But because I'm using Godot 4, it's not as effective, I think. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that, as I am wholeheartedly sure I could be wrong. Okay, what I'm thinking is, in our cafe scene, we have a load function, or some sort of instantiate is what I'm questioning on what we can do. Like this, cafe. We call this the game over screen. You thought you would say you enjoyed the thrill of bug hunt? No! No, not at all. You know, those tools are out there for anyone to use if it helps them, and I would like help, but usually it seems like whenever I use ChatGTP for programming, it makes me more confused. Sometimes it's helpful, but in other cases, I'm better off not using it and just spending that time crafting the perfect question instead just looking on Reddit. As sometimes I've found the answer I'm looking for, and the answer was only solved 3 days ago. It's scary, especially because, again, Godot's so new and young, so a lot of the new issues that are popping up or bugs that could be found aren't happening enough to keep up to date with ChatGPT can't keep up with it, updating and changing. Let's see, game screen. I can go ahead and move that in here. Load. And then we can go ahead and make this a child. That's what I'm thinking, and I'm not too sure, but we'll see. How to make a child. So on get ready, we can go ahead and do this. And we can go ahead and do, how do I do scene sheet for customer? We can go back to our customer manager or ghost manager, either or. Ghost scene. So here it would be instead game over scene. and it would be maybe preload, possibly like that. And then back in our Ghost Manager, we then go back down here, and here we have here, and we add child. Go back into here for a ghost, and could you just create the dictionary in the ready function? I tried, that didn't work. I did try moving it into the ready function. Yep, I did do that. I did, and I can show you as well. We can give it another go, maybe. I did it incorrectly, but what I did was take these values here and make them into a new value setting. So if I go back down here, I think I still have it saved. Here, this is what I had. So I had the dictionary, and then I set that current dictionary to the temp dictionary, and then had the, oh, hold on. Why is that not that? Hold on, 1 second. Attempting to check and see. Maybe because I didn't have the right label printed? 1 second, let's see. Because I thought that didn't work, but maybe because I didn't do the right label, we can see. So if I go ahead and do, what are we doing? Run current scene. I'm hoping it does solve it. Maybe, we'll see. So 3 seconds, give it 3 seconds. Oh, yeah, okay. Weird. Well, not weird. I did it correctly, but I forgot to put the right label. So thank you for telling me that, Shard S. Yeah, I did it, but then I forgot to change the variable, right? Oh, that's the worst. Okay, that's good. Yeah, lovely. Thank you, 100%. So then var temp entity label. That is lovely, yeah. Oh man, you saved me headaches of figuring out, do I have to instantiate it or something? I don't know why it won't load here, but that's okay. It did work, that solution, and I'm more than happy to take it as it is. So we have our customer label and then our grade labels. Where are, oh, here we are. There we go. Programming in a nutshell. Yup, big brain time. Yeah, oh boy. So we have our dish grade label here. Da-da. And then we have a var temp dish grade label. There we go. Temp dish grade label. And then we can go ahead and do dish grade. Dish. Oh, are you angry now? Oh, indent. There. Now you're happy, right? Yeah. So then you're thinking because the variable isn't being filled in yet on ready, and so you're assigning a null? Well, the variable is here, or the variable is the label. It's the node. But I guess because the node's not loaded yet, but I'm not too sure. But yeah, I'm so glad you said to check it again. Oh boy, okay, hold on. We might be here. This shark clearly enjoys the thrill of a bug hunt. If they did, then we would still be here. A bug hunt would still be on. So dish grade label equals temp dish grade label. There we go. That was bad. Let me better explain. Sure. I always do like a good explanation. If I know why it didn't work, I can try it for another solution. For example, back when I was doing the customer and trying to figure that out, and that was last week, we couldn't get it working, and that's how I figured out putting it in ready. I just forgot to change the variable name. But we're good now. Okay, so now, if I go ahead and go here, like this, we should be able to have that now, have the customer and everything work. Let's see. We can go to play. It should not close now, fingers crossed. Levels 2. Go ahead and let it close, or let the game over. Unless, of course, we don't enable BB code. Then this happens. But it's working. That's the good part. And, this is fixable. To fix that, what we have to do is go back into our game over. And here, well, that's enabled. Hold on now. I'm not sure. Center. You know what? I'm just gonna take you out. Do you need to be centered? I don't think you need to be centered. If I'm honest, is centering really a thing? When you really think about it, down to the main core level, do you have to be centered? And to answer that, I say the answer is no. You don't. You just think you do. That's all it is. Let's see. If we go ahead, it works, it does. That's the important part. So now that center shouldn't be there. Should we update it to just 0? I do like the center. Now it's time to take a break. You work too much. I'll take a break in 30 minutes. Brain break. Yeah, well, brain break will be playing the game. We now get to test the game. The issue is it's not centered, which is painful, but it's okay. The main portion is that it works. I'm wondering, unless, you know, Godot closes, and you're creating the dictionary and filling the value with a variable that relies on an onReady, and since the variable isn't filled due to having to wait for the node to enter the tree, it's going to be null. I think that's probably the thing I don't like Godot about the most, is games, yippee. Yippee indeed. That's probably the thing I don't like about Godot the most, is the fact ordering, instantiation, and it sometimes coming up null. That's gotta be my least favorite part. But aside from that, if I had one critique, it would be they make it really confusing to figure out why. And if you don't know, then you don't know, and you're kind of left like a headless chicken and wondering, why isn't this working, Godot? Won't you tell me? I can take a hint. I know, I can understand. And Godot froze to give it a second. And how do you bring the same energy to every stream? I'm excited! That's really all it comes down to. Hopefully, explanation. Yep. It's ordering. So when we're making the variable relies, or the variable in this case, the dictionary, relies on nodes, but the nodes haven't been instantiated yet. So the dictionary can't be filled because the nodes don't exist yet. So putting it in ready runs when all the nodes have been created. So now it can be filled because the nodes are ready. And energy is just because I'm enjoying this, and I always get really excited when I'm programming. I just like doing it. It's fun making games, and it's fun creating and chatting, and that itself fills up my energy. And yeah, 30 more minutes, and then I can take my brain break. But we're so close that I really want to see if we can get this done, as we won't have the options menu. However, if we can get this testing mode done, then I can put that up today. Maybe. We'll see. But maybe today is what I'm hoping. Won't have the completed prototype, but we will have a prototype people can at least play. Or at least those of you that are watching it stream. Or, yeah, all those in stream and Discord can see it before it's actually fully released. That's what I'm hoping. Okay, so in saying all of that, what we need to do, or not really need, I just want to see if I can make this look better, as I like the numbers being over here than closer. And you can see here as well, the center, and I don't know why the BB code, it says true, yet the center's not working. And if I do this, you can see how it goes over there, and I don't like that one bit. I wanted to go in here and change that, and I could just do this. There we go. And copy this, and go through for all of these, and change these. And we can hopefully change the way it looks, as you know, I can stand some UI not looking too right, especially since this is just temporary. But I want to feel a little nice at least. And you can see it feels so off-centered. That's why I want to tweak it a bit. And to tweak it, I'm not sure what we have to do quite yet, but we'll see. Make sure it saves. I'm wondering why this isn't centered. See, it says center. It doesn't say center, but it's not centered. Why aren't you centered? And you like using normal layers and align? Does that work? Let's see. Label. If I do this label instead, set this to delete for now, set it to 0. Where is align at? Oops, where'd you go? Full label, 0. 0, there we go. And left top center? How would I have to set it to align? And do you need the game to be playable though? We think you do, but do you really? True. Do I really? I believe I do, right? Let me have my hopes and dreams. I can believe. And vertical alignment and horizontal alignment. Let's see. Vertical alignment. Oops, too many zeros. Center? Like that, right? Center? Expand. Expand. Here, array size. I'm not seeing expand for the label. I just see bitty. Expand. No. Auto wrap mode maybe? No. Is it expand up here? I figured it out. Thank you. That's nice and handy. Yeah, let's do that then. That'd be lovely. Yep. No, you're fine. I'm also very terrible at taking directions. By all means, we're doing our best out here. So fall fall number. Fail. Fail number. We can make it through. Maybe. You know, you never know in these cases. So paste, and we actually need to paste it in here. Here. Oh, oops. Before we do that, I also need to change the theme to be theme. If we go back to our spellcasting and our spellcaster UI, normal streak size, that'll make it huge, right? We don't want it huge. Normal spell size. There we go. That works. And layer container sizing. Yep, this guy up here, right? Yep. I didn't figuring it out. The horizontal alignment up top. But thank you indeed. You've been super helpful. So yeah, I don't know where I'd be. I'd probably still be trying to instantiate. And that would be awful. Oh boy, I might be there for another few hours. But I don't have to now. I can be free. I can be free to do whatever I want. I can get to go cause mayhem, chaos, all those things, but not really. No chaos will be caused. Today has been saved. Today has been a good day. A lot of progress made. Let me just go through and change these guys so that they're the right thing, as I want them to have the right name. Like that. And then that's that. That is that. We have perfect number. We have perfect number delete. We have fail number. There we go. We have nice number. Delete nice number. We have fail number place. Save every so often. Poor number delete. Paste poor number. Then we also have fail number, which is our okay number. Delete. Save. Okay number. And then we also have our fail number, and we also need to make sure these are unique. Smart viewer. Exactly. Big brain. That's another reason why I do these streams as well, is, congratulations, good job indeed, yeah. I do these because not only are there people who don't know what they're doing like me, but there's also people who do know what they're doing and can also catch things, end up showing up in the credits of the game. There's a lot of people I'd like to give some special thanks to, people who just came in and kept up the morale when things have gone awry. Because yeah, I definitely do program offline, like you saw with the menu, but I like doing it online as well in stream because I can get help. And help is so lovely, isn't it? So this just needs to be a label. Label. Like that. And that should be good. I think. Let's see. If I click play, Okay, so when I click levels, 2. Oh, they're also wrong thing. I forgot. These also have to be label, and Godot also has to say, I'm closing. So that too. Alright, edit time. And while I'm waiting, let me get some lemonade. Good lemonade. I take it back. It's the right amount of lemoniness. Alright, so this needs to be changed to label. Like that, because they're not rich text labels anymore. Okay, now we give it a try and see if it works. Let me open that. Levels, 2, let it close, and then it should say 0. What are we angry about now? Who's mad? Invalid assignment of property key, something. I thought we just got it working, Godot. I thought we were good. Is it the name I did wrong? I think it's the name. Something's off with the name. Customer served label. It says the same thing though. Customer served number. That's the same exact wording. That should still work, right? Ah! Customer served number. Okay, you know what? I'll play your games. I'll play your games. That's alright. I can agree. I'll just drag you up here. And now you're definitely the right label, correct? We're gonna be friends, aren't we? Godot? That's what we decided on. Peace is always an option, you know. I'm always willing to extend a hand. Yep, hand. There we go. Oh, it did do it wrong. Okay, that's good. We figured it out. So customer's number and then go serve number. So something went wrong in my copying and pasting. But that's okay. That can be figured out. And then this is go serve number. And this is customer served. Huh? Number, label. Oh, I see. I called the numbers. That's fine. Go served. Like that. And then we also grab you here. And we grab you here. And we grab you here. Oops. You. Go here. Yes. Good. Okay. And then as far as our perfect numbers go, it should be poor number, okay number. And it says that, right? Okay number, perfect number. Okay. That shouldn't need fixing, I think. We'll see. Play. Fellow bug enjoyers have been eating good today. Oh, if you were here, I think, the week before last week, I have had whole streams where we couldn't figure out a bug for three hours. Those were bad times. Oh, man. Let's see. It goes up. Oh, boy. Okay, what do you want now? Invalid argument of property key label. Okay. So it's null. It's saying it's null again, isn't it? Null instance. Invalid assignment of property key. Honestly, you do want to try and eat an actual bug. Ah! That's a little bit too bug hunter. I've heard they're good protein, but I don't think I could ever do it. Oh man, that sounds awful. Go serve number 2. Oh. Are we good now, Godot? Huh? Did the 2 really break the whole game? What bug even? I've heard crickets are good, but also worms. That's about all I know about bugs. Food-wise. Creature. It's working. Good. No more bug. At least game-wise. Game bug. Okay. So now we get to try and play the game and test it out and see if we can get a good score. And what we can do here is go back into our Necromancer. You'll just cover in chocolate. Are you even eating a bug at that point? It's just chocolate. If you cover it enough, and 99 little bugs in the code. 99 bugs in the code. Patch one down, compile it around. 117 bugs in the code. Oh, that sounds like pain. And hi, Reaper Bunny Bits. Howdy years. Haven't checked your lives in a while. Glad to see you're still going strong. Hope you hit 1K soon. Thank you, and welcome back. And thanks for checking in. Fingers crossed. It's been a wild ride, but I've been thankful and glad it's been going so well, especially with how painful this bug stuff has been. So let's go ahead and have the ghost spawn chance be 30, customer spawn chance be 90, and have the ghost spawn maybe every, well, it's 10 right now. Let's make the ghost spawn chance 0. There's no way that, there we go, 0. And have the ghost not ever spawn, just to see if we can get that customer serve correct. Only about 2 or 3 customers should spawn, so I'm gonna have it set at about 10 should be fine. The Necromancers have a terrible wait time, line patience, so let's make that medium. And it's nice we can check all of these too. I can make this high, medium, low. Then let's go ahead and go into our game or out of game screen and open up the game and then see if we can play it. See if we can actually get a score. That's what I'm excited about. But this keyboard also has a little bit of problems, it seems like. All right, we start the game. Let me go ahead and close it. All right, failed to spawn ghost, didn't hit chance. What about customer? Where's the customer at? There's customer. Oh, we're gonna have to test it really fast. Because I'm still waiting on the customer and the customer doesn't want to be waited on. Yeah. Oh man. Oh no. I can't even get a timer. Okay. Let's set the game time to be a little bit longer. Medi Mayhem. And I also know it's sweet, sweet cookie, so I can also do it that way. Let's set it to 60 seconds. To give myself some sort of time. And customer spawn time, let's also set that to 5 seconds. And also set the ghost spawn chance. There we go. And every 20 seconds. There we go. And a programmer is heading out to the grocery store, so his wife tells him, get a gallon of milk, and they have eggs. And if they have eggs, get a dozen. He returns with a gallon. I've heard that one before. That's a good one. It's just an if-else statement. Oh man, I feel like, you know, if they were both programmers, it'd be very funny, but if only one was a programmer, it wouldn't be as kind to not get the eggs. But it's still lovely nonetheless. Alright, so we're waiting on a customer to spawn, and since we also know it's sweet sweet. Oh, wow, ghost spawned. Okay, hold on. Grab you. Oh, right, E. It's E, it's E. Okay, okay. We just want to serve one customer and see if it updates. Alright, so it's sweet sweet cookie, right? So, sweet, hold on. Sweet, sweet, cookie, 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 cookie. Okay, M-I-K-K-E, comma, A-R-I-N-G, comma, N-O-L-E, comma, F-R-I-N-G, exclamation. Grab the cookies, run with the cookies, go serve the customer. Customer served. No, hold on. Ghost, get out of my way. Okay. Ghost order taken, customer order taken. Did you... Hold on. Who's what's where? Okay, they're eating. They're served. They're gone. That's fun. That's very hectic and I'll have to change the time. But we did serve one customer. And it did work. I'm wondering why the customer didn't have, the cookies. I didn't see that. But it worked. The time just needs to be some. That was fun. Let me change the leveling time as, yeah, 1 minute is not enough. Let's do 120. Then give it another go. And they're stolen jokes. Like I've heard the the grocery store one. not the 99 one though. But they're still very good jokes. This will make you anxious. The good news is, as I'm dying again to Godot, and that means I might have to close Godot again. Yep. Hold on. Good news is, this is me just testing, but I might make a game length as I'm waiting for myself to refresh and not freeze. The good news is that the game length will probably be 5 minutes or 10 minutes, depending on the feel of it. So it won't be too bad, and you're actually impressed. Good job. Thank you. And thank you for, the help of the supporters. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to work as fast and quote-unquote efficiently. And this is fun too. Yeah, stress is fun. In doses, it can be fun. Only in doses, though. And oh, what's that sound? Hold on. I heard it. Tomatoes cannot be trusted. That's a fun name. Hi. Welcome to stream, and thank you for the follow. A speedrun level? There's no way you can do it like that. Oh boy, okay. So it's 1:20 now. It's 2 minutes. Let's see if we can do it now. I'm gonna quickly run because we know it's sweet, right? So let's just go in, okay. And then I know I have to go here before hopefully a ghost spawns. So it's sweet. Ghost just spawned. So sweet cookie. M-I-I-K-E, comma, A-R-I-N-G, comma, N-O-L-E, comma, F-R-I-N-G, exclamation. Grab the cookies. I'm running. Okay, customer, pick you up. Seating customer. Customer gets seated. Too many ghosts. Let's see if we can banish a ghost in the time. Make sure the customer gets their order. I should be able to get the order. There's their order. We're waiting on the receipt. Customer's gone. Okay, let's try to banish a ghost. Banishing a ghost, we have to do memory, and then Coco. B-O-B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, exclamation. Grab the Coco. Go serve it to a ghost. Here you go, ghost. Alright, who's next? You. There's too many ghosts. Far too many ghosts. Go get another sweet. Let's see if we can do another sweet. Or maybe another Coco. Oop. We can restart it. Generate. Oop. Hold on. B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, exclamation. Hold on. Exclamation. Grab the Coco. Run back over. Go spawn too fast, yeah. We'll have to change that, won't we? Let's see if we can get another sweet in. Oh. Hold on. Where are we at? Oh. Hold on. Invalid access to character body 2D. It ran into an issue. That's good. This is what bug testing is made for. And where are we at? So, fixed name, assign random target. A target list is empty. And this is for our target manager? Where are we at? Who's angry? Ghost manager. For some reason, the ghosts don't like getting spawned? I'm thinking, yeah, something's wrong with the ghost spawning and manager, is what it seems to be the case of. We have to fix that, which is good. That's why we're testing. Comes down to the fun part now where we just have to trial and error. So for some reason, the target list is empty, and let's see, and the target list is all of these here. So there's 3 on the target list, and once it gets occupied, it doesn't become empty more and it is fulfilled. Let's see, why are you angry? Maybe they need a max amount of ghosts at a time? We do have that. We have right now, at a max time, there can be 2 ghosts in the scene at a max time. What you can change, for example, is the spawn rate. So it can try to spawn every 10 seconds or so. Oh, you know what I just remembered or realized? Once we fix this, I don't think we did this in our ghost manager, but set it so that the time is the time that is spawned for our cafe. So we have to go do that as well. And since the audio stopped, let me play that again while we're waiting on Godot to unfreeze. But for some reason, our ghost manager or seat manager or waiting spot rather coming up a little bit. And I see the little wiggle dance. That's adorable. All right, Godot, come on and let me in. You see, you know nothing about coding, so you're just here for emotional support. You've been very helpful, Dark, and my hope is that by trying to explain things in a way that people don't know coding can understand, it can both help people want to get into coding while also helping me explain, giving help, and also too serving as fun entertainment even if you don't know what's going on all 100% of the time. I say as Godot decides, I don't want to be here anymore, which is okay, Godot. Just take a breath, reopen, and let's try again. And while you're reopening, I'm gonna get some lemonade. Maybe the serving area should be bigger, or the area of influence of the ghost should be smaller. It seems the customer is always getting affected by a ghost no matter where you do. It can feel a bit familiar. Yeah, the thing is, once we're done creating the variables, then we can mess around with saying, all right, what testing needs to be done? Does this need to be bigger? Do we need more time here? Do we need less time? That would be really important, but I do agree. I think right now, maybe we could move the target somewhere else. I kind of want it to be in these areas in a sense of, it's gonna affect a big range in C. And the thing is as well is the ghost probably is going to spot the player if they're standing here. And the player is here. So it's a matter of just seeing range and messing around with those variables, which is fun. I want to see if we can figure out why that ghost manager is angry and see if we can get that working and figure out why it's crashing. Let's see. If target list is empty, return occupied list character. This was working before, now it's not. Why are you angry? Target list is empty. Remove target from occupied list erase. All of this should work and should be solid, but it's not. So target list is empty. Print. Remove target from occupied list. Print target underscore list. Let's see if we can get the ghost working. And it should be, as well, we need to go into here. That's what I was saying before. Here for our on ready. Ghost spawner, wait time, time length. I feel like the ghost time is not 60 seconds or 120. If we go back into our Necromancer, you can see where are we at? Medi Mayhem. This is 120 lane. Oh, ghost spawn chance, I put it at 0. That should be, well, it should be 0% chance, right? Because you can roll, yeah, if chance is less than, so if 1 is less than or equal to, I see, that's why. Because it's gonna spawn either way. Got ya. So let's go ahead and put here, if ghost spawn chance, that way we can set it so that if we don't want customers or creatures to spawn, so if cafe data level ghost spawn chance equals is not equal to 0, there we go. So we can set this here so that if we want to test it without ghosts or without customers, we can do that. And then we can go back into our customer manager here and do the same for our customer manager. So it's gonna be here. Level data, customer spawn chance. We can go ahead and do ghost spawn chance here instead. So if it's not equal to 0. And what this means now is we can go ahead and set the customer spawn chance of, or rather, let's make a new level. Let's call this level Ghost Mania. How about that? I like adding all the ums. We have a new level called Ghost Mania, and we can go down here. And in Ghost Mania, there are no customers that spawn. We can go ahead and do that. And a ghost spawns maybe every 10 seconds, so we can see if that's working or not. And then a ghost spawn chance, we can say 50 seconds. And let's try to see if we can figure out why the ghosts aren't spawning. And then I can go back into our level data, or not our level data, our level, where are we at? Level manager? Where are we at? Level here, level menu. Grab this guy here for our level 3, like so. And then go back into our Ghost Mania, our Ghost Mania. Grab this guy here. So then all we can do is do this. So now we have a level 3, which is just Ghost Mania. Like that. Alright, so let's see if we can figure out why the ghosts aren't working and go from there. Let's go back into our out of game. Click play. Give it another go. Back on here in our level 3. Only ghosts should spawn now, hopefully. Because it's level 3. Let's see. No customer should spawn because we disabled customer spawning by setting the chance to 0. So failed to spawn ghosts, didn't hit the chance. The hope is to see why ghosts are not working. Alright, so let's go ahead and do, there's 2 ghosts currently, and there's 1 target left that the ghost can go to. I'm gonna go ahead and do memory, and then go ahead and do, still only 1 target. Right now it's updating targets, that's what that's saying, the target list that's available. We can go ahead and generate B, O, 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 comma, B, O, O, comma, B, O, O, comma, B, O, O, exclamation. Alright, go grab this guy and give it to you. So, there's target list is now empty. Now there's 2 targets. Okay. I believe as well when when the customer, or not customer, when the player is on the target, or when they're following the player is their target. And then when I leave, they'll go back to their regular targets. Let's try serving another another ghost. B, O, O, comma, B, O, O, comma, B, O, O, comma, B, O, O, exclamation. Okay, we grabbed you, and so far it's not crashing. If I just served another, there we go, it crashed. It took a second, but it figured it out on issues. So for some reason, our target list is empty. The thing is, we have all the occupied list. Okay, so if target list is empty, you can see here, it did crash on us when the ghost started freaking out again, which is great news for us. So I think something here might have to be reset or tweaked to work. But I'm glad we're figuring it out slowly. Surely, so slowly. So let's see. If target list is empty, the issue is target list shouldn't be empty. Why is target list empty? So remove target from occupied list. So we take the target owner, which in this case would be ghost. We print the list, so the current list, and I'm also thinking we print the occupied list. We'll print occupied list to see what's on here. An occupied list should always have, because the thing is, the occupied list will never be full. There should always be 1 node in the target list, minimum, because there's 3 targets. As you can see here, 3 targets. And since we only have 2 ghosts, this should work fine. But for some reason, something's happening where the target isn't getting put back in the target list. Let's see. Target list.append, it is adding to the target list when we add it back on. Is it because here, unassigned character, and then we have to, hold on, like this? Target list.append. Try reversing those 2 and see if it works. Oops, wrong list. Let's go back into our out of game screen and see if we can, see if that fixes it. So click play. We'll go ahead and mute that. Go back into our ghost level. and wait for the ghost to do their ghosting. In the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and serve all of them. So let's see, memory, Coco, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O-O, comma, P-B-O-O, exclamation. All right, so we have occupied or unoccupied goes, yeah, target list is top, occupied list is bottom. So right now, if I go back down here, we have target list is 2. Okay. Target 2, target 3. And there's still something in the target list. So far we're good. So let me go ahead and serve this guy. Here you go. Okay. What are we looking at now? B-O-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O, comma, B-O-O-O, exclamation. Okay. So far, so good. I just fed it. They're still okay. They're not freaking out at the moment. Let me leave the room. And it freezes because my computer does the freezing. I tell you that's not on the final product, but... Oh, never mind. Froze because it's angry again. Okay, good. So if we go back to our output, read object. I think I'm deleting something that I shouldn't be deleting. I think that's the issue. Like, with memory, I think that's why it's saying freed. Because these should just be moved. But it's saying freed object, which is not good. It's accessing something that it believes it's deleted. And that is the issue. And it's 5, but I want to see if I can figure out why it's saying freed object super quickly. Let's see. Freed Godot for freed object. Greed. Freed object. Let's see. Distinguish between freed object and null. How to fix Godot freed object. How to handle freed object in an array. Okay. This might be a fast problem we can fix. Let's see. Alright, so this is called deferred. Here we go. How to handle freed object in an array. I'm trying to build a simple turn-based battle system. To handle turn order, I'm putting enemies into an array and letting them take turns. When an enemy is done with their turn, it gets popped from the array and the next enemy's action. That is what I'm doing. I'm basically moving them from an empty, or this target is full, this target is empty, and they're getting swapped back and forth. However, if an enemy is killed and freed from the array, it still remains as free object. So the array is not truly empty. This messes up checks for whether an empty array is empty. My main question would be, does a freed object count as null? Okay, so know those two things have different values, although both represent an invalid reference. Oops, didn't mean to go down there. Slay the Spire. Let's see. Also, implicit casting. Oh, I guess I can't click it. So let's see. However, comparing a free object to null using operator will return true. Note, so use instance is valid comparing. So just as an addendum, addendum. I feel like I've heard that word before. I found a better method for handling turn order. Nope. I don't need instance as valid. It should always be valid. The ghost, I'm guessing maybe when the ghost gets deleted, it deletes the seat with it for some reason. And I think that's why maybe. Because when I'm deleting the ghost, maybe it's also deleting the seat related to the ghost. And so since it's relating the seat related to the ghost, it's not happy with that at all. And we can check this to see by opening up collisions. And we can also check it by looking at the node location. So if I go back into cafe, what's the issue? Sorry, you have the stream on the side and coding an idle game. Ooh, I love idle games. But no worries. The issue is, we go back over here. Godot is deleting my seats, which is making, because I'm deleting the ghost. So it's deleting the ghost, the seats related to the ghost, and it's making it a freed object. And if we go back into here, I'm thinking in our seat manager, we have, not seat manager, target manager. Yeah, oh, never mind. Nope, they still have the targets. The targets are still here in the game, or maybe not. This is remote. I might have to reopen the game, but it's saying freed object, and I think that's because, or I don't know, but these objects, I should only have 3 of them. Let's see, that's a comma. Yeah, there's 3 seats here, and they're all occupied. That's what the bottom list is, and the top list is target list. I should be able to swap between target list and occupied list, but it's not working, and I don't know why. I know, or at least I can try with the ghost manager. They do this already. When we delete the ghost, we do it here with free, and I also am realizing that's over there. Initially it was queue free, but for some reason that didn't work, so I did free, and maybe that's why. What we can do is maybe do ghost dot target equals null. Maybe that'll work. And setting the target to be itself, or remove ghost from idle spot. So utility.start ghost follow emit ghost player. Remove target from occupied list. It might work if I do maybe this. Ghost do, oh, never mind. That won't work. I'm wondering why is it acting up. When we do ghost, we have a start ghost deletion scene, so it should tell itself, I don't want to be a thing. Ghost.target. That's why I'm wondering. If we go back into our target manager or ghost idle manager, where are we at? It should have a thingamajiggy. Where are we at? Ghost manager. Where's our scripts? Huh? Oh, stop. There we go. And go back to our ghost manager. Here we go. So in our ghost manager, it's different from our customer manager. When we start customer deletion, we do a whole lot of clearing, so that's why I'm wondering. At the end, we have delete customer, but we do a lot of things before then. So I'm wondering, am I not doing those same checks before I delete the ghost? And that's why it's not happy with me at the moment, is what I'm wondering. So what I'm thinking we have to do is also do dot unassign is how we have these targets set up. Unassign? Yeah, there we go, unassign. And we should be able to do that. And I thought I do that with the ghost. For example, or we can actually check as well. If we go here and we serve a ghost, serve order, interact. There should be one for interact with ghost. Yep. Utility banish ghost. Yeah. I think I figured it out, maybe. We have to move the empty back into the hole, or the targets have to be swapped around. So for example, utility.banishGhost.emit, this just does, we go immediately, well no, look, current item, remove item by target, utility banish ghost, and from here, the ghost just gets banished, and that's it. What we need to happen is this ghost spot needs to be removed. So we have utility.serve.ghost.emit. We also need to clear all the customers from range. It does do that. Then what we need is to have any seats the ghost has be cleared. So we need target manager dot, and then we need to do remove target from occupied list. One of these guys. And if we go back into our target manager here, we have remove target from occupied list, so target owner. And we go ahead and do, I think this one will help. So we check the target owner, and I think this is where we're having issues with. If I go ahead and swap those back here, I think the issue is we never freed it up, so it would have to be remove target from occupied list, ghost. We go ahead and grab the ghost and make sure they're not in the seat. And I think that works. So we unassign it if it exists. I think that'll work. And let's do a test and see. And let me make sure our ghost mania as well is 2 minutes. Just to double check. Yep, it's 2 minutes. Okay, so let's see now if that did fix it. Because it didn't have a remove from list here, and it just deleted it. I'm thinking that's why it's angry. So I'm hoping that's the case. And then it makes it a little bit nicer. Don't have to do too much work. All right. 2 minutes on the clock. Let's go. We gotta go back up here. So it's always memory, or other memories. Right now there's just temporary stuff in here. So we do memory, and then we do Coco. B, O, O, comma, B, O, O, comma, B, B, O, O, comma, B, O, O, exclamation, exclamation. Okay? So far, so good. We have 2 ghosts. Here you go, ghost. Bye-bye, ghost. See you later. All right. We need memory, Coco. Oops. B, O, O, comma, B, O, O, comma, B, O, O, comma, B, O, O, O. Alright, here's another ghost. Here you go. Alright. Okay, something's still not happy, which is good to know. If we go back here, you can see as well, it's still freed object. And I can show you here. That's something that's gotta be worked on, is figuring out why it's still freed object despite the fact that we are clearing it now. So I'm not too sure. And we'll have to see. But aside from that, we'll have to end it here and I'll keep working on it. I'm hoping maybe I can get it out by this evening or so. Fingers crossed. But I'll go ahead and close the game so I can hear what I'm hearing. And if it'll let me. Godot, please. Can I? Okay, I can hear myself think now. Wonderful. So I'll go ahead and bring us back to... Oh, am I dying? Okay, we're good. The computer did die for a second, but we're all good to go now. But in saying all of that, that'll be it for today's stream. If you are interested in seeing all of the updates for the game as soon as it comes out, or anything of the sorts, and I always think I have this set and linked, but I never do. Never, not once, I tell you. Hold on. Let me go ahead, and grab you. It'd be easiest to do it this way. I know, or at least I'm hoping, I'll be able to have it set up by then. That's my fingers crossed and hoping and wishing, but you never know. But I can go ahead and, if it'll let me. There we go. And then drag it into here. There we go. And copy. And that should work. That's the Discord. I'm hoping I'll be able to get it done this evening. If so, then the prototype will be able to go up. Or not the completed, but the test. It's gonna be very buggy. But you'll be able to at least give it a try and see how it feels. It won't be polished or anything. Like I said, gonna be buggy. But I'm hoping. But Discord is the easiest way to get up to date on things, so Necrotype Cafe if you're curious. Aside from that, tomorrow we'll also be working, if not on this, also on a controls menu, so that if you don't want to use the buttons I'm using, you can set it up for yourself. And then after that, we'll be studying pixel art fire and trying to figure out how to draw that. I'll be drawing pixel art fire for the first time, and I did great. Thank you, and thank you, Dark. You're all lovely, and I am glad to share all of this. And I hope things go great. As yeah, this is a long time coming, but we're slowly reaching it. With all that said though, thank you for coming, thank you for joining. I'll see you all hopefully soon, but if not, sometime in the distant future. And with that, I'll see you all later, and I forget the button. Where's the button? Hi, I see it. Bye-bye!